Good evening, West Orange, and welcome to the Township Council meeting for August 12th, 2025. We are coming to you live streaming from Council Chambers, 66 Main Street. You are welcome to join us here in Council Chambers. However, there will be no public comment on Zoom, only permitted in Council Chambers. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, everybody. We will get started. We may have some dead time during the conference agenda period that we reserve from 6:30 to 7. We'll see if we can fill it in with something interesting. But before we go further, we need to hear from Madam Clerk, please.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
She will be here.
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin? Here. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Krakowiak?
Present.
Okay.
This is where you mentioned the Pledge of Allegiance.
Why don't we do that?
I don't want to.
Public.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Okay. Okay.
He was testing.
Yeah, I was just testing. All right, so we are scheduled to do our 6:30 conference, start of the conference agenda. We have had a last minute change of plans, and the entity that was going to present during the conference agenda is not going to present at the conference agenda. So we will, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps have some downtime. But
I have a few things I can say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fagan?
I have a few things I can say if you need to fill in some air, dead air.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, do you want to, are you ready to do that now?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, we could do that. Great, thank you, Mr. Fagan.
Yes, Council President, thank you very much. Because we do have a light conference agenda tonight, and we do need some fill-in time here, I just thought it would be appropriate for the people at home and for the people here in Council Chambers who come here all the time and may not recognize or know the significance of the portraits that they see here in Council Chambers. And I'd just like to briefly outline them. Starting over here on my left is General George McClellan. He was a Civil War general. He was relieved at command at the Battle of Antietam, September 17th, 1862. First came to West Orange, June 26, 1863, just weeks before the Battle of Gettysburg, and made his home here in West Orange, opposed Abraham Lincoln in the election of 1864 from his home here in West Orange. Next to him going in line is General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Of course, he was the supreme commander of Allied forces in Europe during World War II. And that is a autographed picture given to then Mayor James Sheeran. James Sheeran was a member of the 101st Airborne Screaming Eagles who parachuted into Normandy on June 6, 1944. Then we have President Obama here, and that's a fairly new addition to Council Chambers here, maybe within the last couple of years. And that was done by local artist Michael Roach, also a member of the West Orange African Heritage Organization. Michael Roach is a talented graphic artist, and if you have an opportunity to look at that picture, you'll see that he's a talented artist as well. Then we have, of course, Thomas Edison. He doesn't need any explanation. Then the double portraits on top is James Degnan. He was a West Orange municipal judge, and the Degnan House is named after him. And then we, of course, have a recognizable image of President John F. Kennedy, who was assassinated on November 23rd, 1863. And he's one of 4 American presidents, McKinley, Garfield, and Lincoln, who also were assassinated. In the back of the room, we have 2 longtime West Orange town servants. Simone Rollinson was township attorney, and he served as mayor and on the council for a period of time. Rollinson Drive in West Orange is named after him. And then in the back of the room, we also have Frank O'Connor, another longtime servant. Between him and Rollinson, they served over 40 years in service to West Orange. Frank O'Connor is the namesake of O'Connor Park in West Orange, and he was a amateur actor, and he was a plumber by trade. And then, of course, we have the banner from 1862, which is the centennial celebration of West Orange. It features the logo of the centennial celebration, which happened in May of 1962. And then lastly, we have the Gilbert Stewart unfinished painting, reproduction, of course, of George Washington, our first president, obviously. And that painting was completed or incompleted in 1796 and was never finished because George Washington passed away in 1799 at his home, Mount Vernon in Virginia. Anytime anybody has any questions about any of the portraits that you see here, please feel free to reach out and ask me. James Degnan is not the namesake of Degnan Park. His brother Bernard Degnan, who was mayor of West Orange, is the namesake of Degnan Park here in West Orange. Yes, Councilwoman Rudin, a question.
I noticed that all of these portraits are of the male persuasion. Have there been any great women of West Orange?
Certainly there have. Women have played an important role in West Orange, and I don't know, these portraits were long here before us, but I can mention a few important women, of course, and that would be, we have actually a historical marker on Main Street, Anna Easter Brown, which is in front of the library. That was our first historical marker, and she was a founding member of Alpha Kappa Alpha, which has done wonderful charitable things in this country. And when the marker was placed there in front of what was the West Orange Public Library, it just seemed like that was a logical choice because she went to the St. Mark's School, which is where 80 Main Street is now. And additional research, I actually found out where her house was, and by a strange coincidence, her house was actually right where the marker is placed. So that's a very important, and the best questions are the questions I can answer. Of course, we have Mina Edison, second wife of Thomas Edison. They were married in 1886. And unlike Mary Stilwell, who was Edison's first wife, of course, she never lived in West Orange. She passed away in 1879. But Mina Edison really drove Thomas Edison to be very community minded. It's not that Thomas Edison wasn't community minded. He just needed a good woman behind him to push him in that direction. So those are just but two examples. I could go on, but I can see I'm getting the dagger eyes from Council President Normal and Kidden.
You're doing
so-
a great job.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So if anybody else has any questions, great. Thank you, Council President, for the opportunity to share on some of the rich history that's present right here in Council Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Also wanted to just do a brief summary of where we stand with the municipal budget. As you may recall, we got the budget, the council got the budget from the mayor in mid-April, and we've been working diligently to make it more efficient. We have now had, I think, 12 budget workshops, and we have made significant inroads in making the budget more efficient. I just want to ask Mr. Detiniak, who is the Chief Financial Officer for the township, to sort of give us a summary of where we stand. And I'm hoping we're pretty close to adopting this budget at the end of next month. Mr. Detiniak.
Thank you, Council President. So where we started, the April 12th, I think it was, submission to the council, the municipal increase, not including the library, I'll talk about that in a moment, contemplated an increase of $243 on the average home. The average home being now $615,472. That's after the revaluation that obviously the township has gone through in the last year and a half, 2 years. So that was the increase that we started with. The library increase was $18.21 on the average home. That is due to the third of a mil calculation based on the net valuation taxable. So as the property values go up, the library gets more money based on the state's calculation. What did we introduce at? Well, we didn't introduce at a $243.31 increase. We introduced at an $80.83 increase on July 22nd. So, you know, we made significant progress as a group from April to July. And in the budget hearings since July 22nd, the council has reduced appropriations by approximately $439,000 to get us to about $53 on the average home, or less than a cup of expensive Starbucks coffee per month. If we look at the total tax bill, because we're just talking about the municipal tax rate, we have the school district taxes going up $263.27 on the average home. And we're projecting the county's open space and the county's operation taxes together to be going up $53.46 on the average home. So we're sort of at where the county is right now in terms of our municipal increase. Of course, what needs to happen is we're going to do budget amendments in September to capture all of the voted upon reductions by the council. And so we would adopt the amendment in September and then adopt the amended budget. So if it changes from now, we'll update the public again. But that's sort of where we stand right now. It's a very modest increase considering the last 10 years of increases.
Thank you, Mr. Tiniak. Any questions from the dais? Anything he did not cover?
No, but recommendation,
Please.
if we need to do another budget hearing and we don't have anything else from now until 7 o'clock, I'd recommend we find a date, so we're not doing them after the meeting.
Okay.
If we have time.
Just also wanted to, as part of the budget process, we had a new municipal entity this year advising us on the budget. It's called the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. They have done an outstanding job of helping the council and the administration to see things perhaps in a different light, and have made a lot of good recommendations. If anyone is interested in how the budget develops, I recommend that you Google the Citizens Budget Advisory Board preliminary report, which is up on the website, Township website, and is also on some of the major Facebook pages. And it's an excellent read. It's only about, I think, 10 pages or so. So it's not like a 4-hour budget workshop. So it's much more efficient, but it will really give you an idea of the caliber and quality of volunteers here in the township when it comes to the budget. So we've burned up some time. Perhaps now is an opportunity to discuss council liaison reports.
I do. Yeah, whatever's first. My report's very short, because I'm gonna defer to Ms. Amy McCampbell for the Downtown Alliance report this evening. So when she gets up to speak a public comment, unless you want her to go now, my report will be through Ms. Campbell. But I just want to thank her, Ms. Brill, Mr. Fagan, the whole team that brought the David Cassidy marker to life, and the team of the fan club that came to West Orange. We had over 100 people visit the township and spend money at the High Lawn, our hotels, our restaurants, and she's going to touch a little bit on that. True form of economic development, and we appreciate that as we need to attract businesses to the township. I spent a lot of time this summer. I was fortunate enough to be able to do a lot of traveling. Just got back from another trip, and I'm one of those folks that love to hop on a tour bus and go visit a cool town and spend money there. So it's always a lot of fun, and that's just another way of bringing revenue dollars to the township. So kudos, and I got to give credit to the mayor and Melanie in her office, because everybody worked really hard to bring this to fruition. And I want to thank them. It was a really cool event. Growing up with the Partridge Family fan myself, it was a lot of fun, brought back a lot of great memories. And it was just really cool I got to also drive on one of the tour buses and just people, just really loving the beauty that West Orange has to offer and a lot of the fun facts. I have to say, took a few of Mr. Fagan's, lessons that I've learned through the years. So I want to thank him. Added my own personal stories, which was pretty cool. And it's amazing how people just love to visit us and come here to have an event like that. So great job to all that was involved. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, because of the acoustics in the room, that everybody should try to speak as loudly as they feel comfortable doing and speak as close to the microphone as possible so that everybody in the chambers, council chambers, can hear. Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have anything for
Okay.
council liaison?
I do. Of course, I want to talk about the Older Adults Advisory Board. And I want to thank Sheila Lefkowitz, our chair, for the incredible work that she has been doing. We have had really educational speakers speaking to us at every meeting. And I want to say we have a zero budget, no money. They've all been people that she has gone out to who are proficient on senior issues. Then there are issues that we felt not only is it important for the board, but for the public at large to understand. And we had a full house at our last meeting. One of the very exciting things that we are working on for the spring will be a repair cafe. I don't know if anyone is familiar with Repair Cafe. I go to it in South Orange all the time. Our friend Arshad Aziz, our town artist, actually is a participant in them in many towns. And it's an old Danish concept where if you have an older thing, an antique or an old chair or something that has broken and it needs to be fixed, there are handyman and specialist artisans that will fix it for you for free. And it's a wonderful community building activity to show everybody about sustainability, not throwing out things, just repairing and working together as a community to repair. So that will be coming in the spring. We've have many other programs that we have put forth to Laura Van Dyke and the mayor. And one of them I've been running some pilots for. The seniors are very excited about supper club, on which we do some Mondays, and we're going to be doing social hour on Fridays. And I will be piloting them with some of our programming committee. If any seniors are interested in joining us, get in touch with me for further information. But the seniors do want to socialize more, and these are two venues that we're piloting to also propose. The planning board. I think people don't understand what the planning board does and don't understand the importance it is for our community and how it affects them. They continue to work on so many important development issues. One of the most prominent now is the West Essex Highland, which is actually on tomorrow evening. I would encourage as many people as possible to start tuning in to some of these planning board meetings. I've learned so much, not only about stormwater development and flooding and steep slopes, have so much more to learn, and it really is rather fascinating. So I encourage people to start tuning in a little more to planning board meetings. The importance of this board has really come to issue in a letter that I've gotten recently from a resident, and she's concerned about the cafe ordinance, the outdoor cafe ordinance that she has been looking for, and her residents of her community have been looking for a while. So I want to read that to you. And she said, as a resident directly affected by the ongoing noise issues, I am deeply concerned that the ordinance to prohibit amplified outdoor music near residential homes, something that has passed on first reading, continues to be delayed. The second reading was expected to happen by now. Please provide an explanation. The community deserves answers as to why this ordinance is not being treated with urgency. We have been patient, but at this point, it feels like neglect. We have been fighting for this for years, and postponement makes it feel as though our concerns don't matter and that our right to quiet enjoyment is being ignored. The community deserves answers as to why this ordinance is not being treated with urgency. We have been patient, but at this point, it feels like neglect. And I want to assure her and all of the neighbors who are concerned about this that it will be coming up. There was a delay at the planning board. I am on the planning board. When it came up at our last meeting, the chair had asked the members if they had read it because it had only been delivered to them at that same day. And they, of course, they hadn't had time to read it. So I asked the planning board to ensure that this does not happen again and that we get that in time for everyone to have time to read it, because the residents have been waiting for it for a very long time and there is a sense of urgency. So I expect that to be on the agenda for our next council meeting. And that's what I would tell her. The administration could kind of confirm that will go to the planning board and that they will be putting it on. And if that's the case and we've answered that question, I can move on.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Um,
Councilwoman.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to follow up on Councilwoman Scarpa's concern and that she received a letter from residents who are asking why the cafe noise ordinance has not been moved forward. And I just want to point out that we did this weeks and weeks ago. We passed it again and again. It was on first reading, then it was pulled, then it was put back on first reading. And it should have been given to the planning board the day after we passed it on first reading. And as Councilwoman Scarpa said, the planning board only received the ordinance to review that morning, basically setting the stage for the planning board members not to have read it. So I just want to echo her sentiments. This is really a delay which hurts our residents. They have been asking for this since before I got on council, and we have been trying to push this forward. So I also support that we get this on in a final form, ready to go, and that it's reviewed again by the planning board and that it's on the agenda for next meeting. And I also just wanted to take this opportunity. I don't have any board alliance liaison reports, but I did want to ask at this point a question that many people have written to us about, which is that there's been a concern about the sewer bill. When you go online to pay the sewer bill, you are asked to put in your water account, your New Jersey water account number. When you pay it by mail, you're not asked to do that. And residents have reached out to us and said, why is that? What is this information being used for? And I'd just like to know from the administration, why is that information being collected?
I'll have to talk to the collector. I believe that they're probably trying to come up with a database to marry the property with the American Water account. Because that's been a problem in prior years of that the data from American Water doesn't match up with what we have from a block and lot perspective. So I think that's why they're asking for that.
So is there hope that the sewer bill will be more closely aligned with actual usage going forward?
I think that's the goal of everyone. I think that's always been the goal. And, we're not there yet because we obviously can't get the American Water data to sync up. When we moved to Edmonds, they've promised that integration is possible, that they've done it in other municipalities. So, it's going to be up to, I think, the council to set, new fees and, and sort of change the process from being a per bedroom flat fee to a consumption-based program. So it's a big change, but it's probably, I mean, it might be what everyone wants. There's going to be others that go, oh my God, now with my water usage, my sewer bill's a lot higher. So is it going to please everybody? Probably not, but it's a probably fairer thing to do than having one person living in a 6-bedroom home paying for, 6 bedrooms worth of sewer usage when it's just one person. So,
Gotta go around the other way.
oh,
And can you please address, since not everybody pays their bill online and hundreds of people come to the office here and pay it in person, how you will get that information?
I'll find out from the collector if they're collecting that information at the window. Or, I guess you can also mail in your bill and, you wouldn't provide that information. I'll check with the collector.
Because that information was not solicited if you pay your bill by the mail or if you
Yeah.
come and pay it in person. So half of the residents are concerned why that system was set up and it's not uniform.
I'll check with the collector.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So just to piggyback on what Councilwoman just stated, I'm a little disappointed because we, for 2 years now been talking about moving to the system. And so if they're collecting data, a letter should have been formulated and sent out. And because you missed the chance to inform folks of that. So now that's going to be harder to get that information. I was really hoping at the third quarter tax bill that there would have been a letter to the community, to the property owners. Because that is a great opportunity because it won't cost extra because if you keep it light. We sent them out before, so maybe fourth quarter, we could get a letter prepared by the mayor if she's willing to do that. So we can inform the residents if they need this information and other pertinent information.
Yeah, I think we talked about if there is going to be a communication, it would be in the fourth quarter. When we do the fourth quarter true up in the first and second of 2026 bill. So-
Okay, yeah, because it's a missed opportunity if we don't give out information in a way that most people could collect it. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Mr. Smeralda, did you want to add anything on that?
I think Mr. Detiniak covered everything. It is the goal for us to go to consumption based. Unfortunately, our current system doesn't align with American Water. That really is the issue. So we support it and we would like to get to that also. So hopefully we can move that forward and present it hopefully sometime next year.
Sounds good. Thank you. We appear to have crossed the 7 o'clock start time that we're statutorily required to start our public meeting. So I want to defer at this point to Madam Clerk. Please.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Krokoviac?
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
So welcome everybody to the August 12th, 2025 council meeting. Those of you who are familiar with our process know that right after the pledge, we have public comment. But before we do public comment, Mr. Fagan gets up and gives me dagger eyes if I don't let him speak first. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. Warm greetings to you, Council President, your council colleagues, all the people here in council chambers, those in the Zoom audience, and to all the ships at sea. Tonight, I'd like to remind everyone about the OSPAC. We have a performance coming up on August 8th. Original Work is the name of that, and this information is available at the pleasantvalleyproductions.org. You can find all information there about ticket prices, availability, starting times, and information about the performances. I suggest you check it out. It's one of the best kept secrets in town. Working in town hall, I see this all the time, and people have mentioned to me that they didn't know that it's the law. But in front of town hall, in front of Pleasant Valley Way and Prospect Avenue, there's a block the box. And please don't block the box. It's designed to prevent traffic tie-ups and to keep traffic flowing when it's moving. So wherever you see this box with the white stripes, and granted, some of them are faded and need to be restriped, but familiarize yourself where they are and don't block the box for safety reasons. Also on our website is the new West Orange Jitney bus schedule. You can see all the updates there. And I just wanted to give you a little perspective that the first Jitney bus in West Orange opened for service on October 16th, 1974. That's 51 years ago. Mayor William Cucuzzi and Council President Sam Spinner are pictured here. And the first driver was Don Bussold. And I just think that's kind of funny because his name is Bussold. So, and on that first month, there was more than 100 trips, and they served more than 200 residents. And it basically hasn't stopped yet. Coming up at the West Orange Community Band will be at OSPAC. Speaking of OSPAC, on August 20th, 7 p.m., rain date, August 21st. You can go on the Department of West Orange, westorange.org, under the rec department, or you can look at OSPAC to find out more information. I believe this is a free event, and I think it might say it there, but please forgive me if I misspoke. As Mr. Tiniak had mentioned, we have the West Orange Township Council budget workshops. Previous budget workshops can be seen online, westorange.org, as well as all the council meetings. Once again, I'd like to remind everyone, please do not feed feral stray cats, feed the wildlife. This information and the reasons why this is detrimental is posted at westorange.org. The the next mayor open office hours will be on September 4th. I can't believe we're talking September already. It feels like the summer didn't even start yet, and here it's over. It's September 4th, 6 to 8 p.m. No appointment is necessary. And the Council Connection open office hour, their next open office hour is scheduled for September 18th. And once again, this information about rodent control and preventative measures is posted at westorange.org. Yes, rodent control is very important, but everyone has to do their part in helping alleviate the problem of rodents in town, and this information can be seen on the website. Even though summer's winding down, mosquito control, there's mosquito spraying that's being done regularly in West Orange by the county, not the town, but there's useful information that is posted on our website. And I wasn't going to include this tonight about the bear alert because we haven't had a bear sighting in West Orange in recent weeks, but I did hear on the news last night in West Milford. Now, West Milford is not a neighboring town, but there was a bear that broke into a car. So apparently the bears, there's even a criminal element amongst the bears. But, just be aware, bears look cute on TV, but if you see a bear, there's important tips, westorange.org. This Thursday, there's an exciting event coming up at the West Orange Public Library, August 14th at 6:30 p.m. It's the fascinating story of moving a mountain, the story of I-280 construction. It was 52 years ago. And for those that were not aware of it, it actually was a train built on the highway to move the mountain from West Orange to Points West. And I'll be talking about that at my presentation at the West Orange Public Library, August 14th. I hope to see you all there. Also, there's not a blank screen here, a long standing member who made her presence known in council chambers. I'm, of course, talking about Rosary Morelli. I went to visit her recently, and although she doesn't come to council meetings, she is doing fine, and she sends her loving regards to all. Also, John McElroy, you might not recognize his name, but he's the owner of the Select Board of West Orange, and also chairman of the Downtown West Orange Alliance. He had a near fatal, and I mean near fatal, motorcycle accident on June 11th. And he spent a lot of time in ICU and in recovery and has a couple steel bones in his body now. And I went to visit him last week and he's doing fine, just fine. He looks great. And just for clarification, that's John's dog, and the dog is the one in the middle, not the one on the right. He does. He looks, yes, Councilwoman, I was very impressed on how great he looks. He obviously lost some weight, but he really does look great. And some of you might remember Assistant Deputy Chief Tim Gannon, who served on our West Orange Fire Department. And Timmy Gannon actually came up from Florida and was staying with John for a while, helping him out. And I went to visit John, and it was great to see Tim as well, because we all went to school together. You might have heard about this, I'm not sure, but there was the David Cassidy marker dedication in West Orange here. It was a multi-day event, and shout out to Barb and Karen if they're watching, because it was these two women who planned this event, or started to talk about this event to me 3 years ago, and I thought they were crazy. And as I mentioned in my remarks, I was crazy for not believing what they could pull off. It was a multi-day event, and it was also attended by Bo Cassidy sitting down, and of course that's his sister Katie Cassidy, and they were here to see the mayor before the event, and we had an opportunity to talk to them and get to know them a little bit. And I had the opportunity to talk to Bo Cassidy about his grandfather, Fred Ward, who I also had spoken to his father about, and we had discussed those conversations, and Bo Cassidy was very interested in that. In fact, he had called me up several days after the event, and he wanted to continue the conversation. So I'm glad to continue that relationship with Bo Cassidy. And Ms. McCampbell is here from the Downtown Alliance, and Council President, with your permission, I'd just like her to speak real briefly to tell of some of the metrics, because this was a multi-day event and it brought some really good things to West Orange. So Mr. Campbell is telling you, go ahead and do it, Joe. So you want to come up and do it?
Yeah, I think that's fine. There's certainly a direct connection, as long as Mr. Puglisi is okay with a few minutes wait. Okay, great.
Hi, Amy McCampbell with Downtown West Orange Alliance. As Joe said, the organizers came to us a couple years ago and said they wanted to do a historical marker. And we're like, okay, that's fun. That'll be cute. We all liked Keith Partridge back in the day, and we'll do a Downtown Thursday in conjunction with it. Fun. Turned out to be 3 days of really nice economic development, as Michelle said. I'm just going to give you a couple stats. They brought in about 150 people from around the world and the country. 30% were what we called local: New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. The rest were from all over the place, including Australia, Switzerland, Poland, the UK, and Holland. So that was exciting. We did a survey of them after they left. We got about 60 responses. The average stay was 3 days. They spent about $200, and mostly we asked them to list all the places, and it was Jersey Mike's, it was Jarrett's, it was 460 Bistro, downtown spots, Castle Rock, West Orange Diner, Nicholas Anthony's, to name a few. There were only like literally 2 non-West Orange places cited. And they each spent about $200. So of just the 60 folks that replied, that's another $12,000 in West Orange bucks. They almost all of them stayed at the Residence Inn next to the Manor. That was about $28,000. They had a gala at the High Lawn with over 100 people, and that was another $12,000. The organizers were really conscientious about spending their sort of planning money at local businesses. So they spent about $500 between Supreme Bakery and Metropolitan Plant Exchange, $3,000 at Downtown Business Uptown Ink and Threads, and I think that might be it. But all told, it was about $56,000 in 2.5 days spent here, and we didn't really have to do that much.
12,000 at the High Lawn.
Oh, the High Line, right. The High Line was $12,000 as well. So, and they all said they wanted to come back when we polled them, like 99% of them are like, well, highly recommend it. And they have a Facebook group of almost 700 people, all of whom are like, we can't wait to get to West Orange. We'll tack it on to our New York trip. So it was just fun. It was we all got happy. And I never need to hear, I think I love you again for a few years. So, thank you.
And Amy, you just might want to add on to that revenue that was generated, the $65 for the parking ticket I got, double parking at Colgate Field. But it was a great event. And to your point, I received email from women in England who have pledged to come back to the United States, and to that woman who came from Poland who said West Orange lives in her heart and she can't wait to come back. So to Amy's point, it was a great event. So with that, Council President, I'd like to turn the floor over to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Puglisi.
Thank you. Mr. Puglisi.
I pushed the zoo, just so you know. Push visits at the zoo.
Yeah. Well, I see the Eagle Rock Reservation, so that's great. Thanks for bringing them up there. So Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I'll just be very brief. This Friday, our summer concert series continues at Eagle Rock Reservation. We have a Broadway review group coming in, so that starts at 7:30. It is a free concert. September 11th, again, back at Eagle Rock Reservation. September 11th is a Thursday this year at 8 a.m. And that is going to be our 24th annual remembrance of the tragedies that occurred that day. Public is invited to attend. And then finally on Tuesday, September 30th at Cody Arena is our annual Senior Wellness Day. We do expect, attendance has been climbing since we started this up again after the pandemic. So we do expect anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 seniors to come out that day. If any senior needs transportation, they can reach out to us I'll have to email you the number. I'm having a senior moment. No pun intended. That day goes from 10 o'clock till 2 p.m. That is also a free event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi. I also want to personally thank you for the county's diligence and hard work to get the pedestrian cross at Conforti and Eagle Rock Avenue working again for the Orthodox community when they're going to shul. I know it wasn't easy, but it is greatly, greatly appreciated by members of our community. So I just want to please pass that along to county executive and the county engineer and anyone else who had a role in that, because it's very much appreciated. Thank you. All right, public comment. I want to confirm that we are all on the same page about how public comment is regulated. As per our ordinance, we recently returned to the practice of public speakers speaking from the podium next to the dais. In order to do this, you need to raise your hand. I'm going to call on you in the order in which you can speak at the podium. Once you are recognized by the chair and come to the podium, you can speak for up to 5 minutes. Please be concise to speed up the process. Please speak into the microphone and speak as loudly as you feel comfortable so that everyone in the council chambers can hear. After everyone has commented, we on the dais may respond. Just want to emphasize, you have 5 minutes. You don't have to take 5 minutes. If all you want to say takes 2 minutes, that's fine with everyone. It just moves the meeting along. Our ordinance requires that all public comment requires the speaker to first state their name and address. It also requires that speakers shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule. Just as a side, this is not in the ordinance, but Council is a place to discuss our differences and often to find compromise to make West Orange an even better place to live. So I urge all of us to treat everyone as they would like to be treated. You can make your point without cursing or insulting anyone, and I will enforce the ordinance with the help of our officer. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment? So I know you were here before anyone, so you come on up. I see another hand in the back. Councilman Waldman, yes, you'll be number 2. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Ms. Robinson is number 3. And Mr. Vanola. So we've got 4 set up.
Council President, I'd just like to address the individual sitting right there. You're okay, but there's a plug right to your right-hand side there. Just be aware of that. That's my camera feed. It's just, it has been knocked out inadvertently and it's easy to do, so just be aware of it. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Karen DeAngelis and I live at 200 Mount Pleasant Avenue here in West Orange.
Karen.
But
And-
I just stop you for a second. Mr. Fagan, we can barely hear and we're only a few
That
feet
thing
away.
is, okay.
So is there, is the microphone on?
Phone is on.
Karen.
It might be slightly better than this microphone, but only because you could bring this closer to your mouth. But you're gonna need to repeat.
Yeah, okay. My name's Karen DeAngelis. I live at 200 Mount Pleasant Avenue in West Orange. And I'm here tonight to make a request to the council and whomever is responsible for ordering a new listening device system. I was here in 2023 and I was given a listening device and I couldn't hear a thing because it didn't work. It wasn't charged and it didn't work. In June, I requested that a listening device be available for the July meeting here. And the day before, I received a call to tell me that it was too staticky and it didn't work. So I asked that a listening device be available for tonight's meeting. And I've been talking with the city clerk's office, Karen Carnavale and her staff, to try to get something so that I can hear what's going on. At best, a listening device isn't going to work in this room because of all of the surround sound. So what I'm suggesting is that you get a closed caption system, because if somebody were deaf, you would have to have a signer here at a pretty expensive per hour cost. So, and I have hearing issues. I wear hearing aids and I really can't hear what you're saying. And I have it pretty high up. So the closed caption it would be either you put it on the screen there,
Yeah.
or you have a little device that you give to people so that we can read what is being said. Because it's just pretty tough to hear, even when you're speaking into the microphone, and it's just very hard with all of the noise that goes on. So that's what I'm recommending, regardless of the expense, because it's really an issue, an ADA issue. A reasonable accommodation is I'm sitting in the front, I still can't hear. So that's my request, and I'm coming to the rent leveling board in September and October. It's going to be in this room and I'm going to have to present stuff and I'm not going to be able to hear. So I don't expect that this is going to be done by September, because I understand it has to go through the council and then whomever else has to approve it, it has to go out on bid. But I think that a closed caption system is a lot more reasonable for those of us who have issues with hearing. And if you get any deaf residents here, because they're not going to be able to understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, I'd just like to point out that, yes, of course, our system needs work, but closed caption is available on the Zoom platform. Anybody watching from home it has the availability for closed captioning on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Councilman Waldman. A blast from the past.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Herb Waldman. I've lived on Connell Drive since 1976, and I've been a homeowner in West Orange since 1970. My family moved here in 1951. I'm here tonight to address what I think are important issues regarding land use and engineering in the town, and to offer some suggestions on how the town can address those issues. First, for those of you who don't know me, let me introduce myself. I've been an attorney since 1970, and I've been involved with land use issues for over 50 years. I was part of the public advocate team that represented the original Mount Laurel plaintiffs before the New Jersey Supreme Court. Twice I was on committees in town to revise the master plan. I appeared before the West Orange Zoning and Planning boards on dozens of occasions. I represented the West Orange Zoning Board in litigation. I've sued both boards. I've written articles about land use process, and I drafted the first public advocate ordinance in the state, which West Orange was the first town to adopt. I was a member of the planning board for 5 years and a member of the council for 8 years. So I'm familiar with some of the issues regarding land use in the state and in the town. Specifically, I'm here to address some issues regarding the ridges in our town. West Orange, as you know, is a series of ridges that led to the enactment of the steep slope and tree ordinances. I've dealt with these ordinances personally, professionally. I've had clients who've included property owners on Ridge Road and the Eagle Ridge condos. More specifically, I've represented objectors to the Seton Hall athletic field expansion. And 20 years ago, I represented objectors to the development proposed regarding the property adjacent to West Essex Highlands. Recently, I received a call from a former client regarding a proposed development that's presently before the planning board regarding the West Essex Highlands. But I want to make clear, I'm not representing anyone with respect to that application, and I'm here just to speak my own views about some of the issues that I'll discuss. But I'm here as a result of that conversation and what I learned as a result of that conversation. I was advised that one of the proposed buildings would be 7 feet from the ridge line, which is well inside the 100-foot buffer permitted by the current steep slope ordinance that was amended in 2022 after the collapse of the steep slope on Northfield Avenue, which resulted in the condemnation of an apartment complex. Besides building close to the ridge line, the developer of the West Essex Highlands project is not submitting engineering data that's required by the steep slope ordinance so that the safety of the proposed development can be assessed. It appears that the developer is taking the position that they are exempt from the steep slope ordinance because in 2020, the council created an inclusionary housing district, which identifies the West Essex tract for inclusionary housing and provides that it, quote, shall be exempt from all environmental regulations, unquote, of the township. This, of course, was passed before the Northfield Avenue Ridge collapse and the amendment to the steep slope ordinance. Ultimately, whether the later steep slope ordinance trumps the inclusionary housing ordinance will likely be decided by a court. The issue will be, what is the intention of the statutory scheme enacted by the West Orange Township Council? I would suggest that rather than have a court tell you, the council, the purpose of the ordinance, I respectfully suggest that this council make its intentions clear what the intention of the statutory scheme is. If this council concludes that the West Essex tract should be exempt from environmental constraints, you should say so unambiguously. If, however, you feel that those constraints should be applied to all tracts, regardless of what is to be built, you should say so. And one could ask, is this really necessary? After all, the 2022 version of the steep slope ordinance says it, quote, provides development control for all lands located within the township of West Orange with steep slopes. and that, quote, any ordinances of the township that are in conflict with this ordinance are hereby repealed. But on July 30, 2024, at the first hearing on the West Essex application, the chairman of the board, of the planning board, said, quote, "The
Your
steep
time is
slope-"
up.
Mr. Waldman, please, if you can, just finish your thoughts and as quickly as possible,
The
please.
chairman of the board said that the steep slope ordinance will not apply to this development. The chairman believed he was following this council's intention in saying that the steep slope ordinance doesn't apply to the site. I would suggest that the steep slope ordinance be amended to make it clear that it applies to all sites in town. Also, I was surprised to learn that there's never been an engineering study conducted to determine the cause of the collapse of the cliff on Northfield Avenue. I assumed that someone, the council, the mayor, the engineering department would have wanted to know what caused this event. But no one had such a report prepared. Since the slope collapse provides a serious question about building so close to the ridge line, we should all be interested in finding out what happened. So I would respectfully suggest that the council authorize a report from a reputable engineering department company that doesn't do business with the planning board or the zoning board or any developer, so that everybody can have confidence in the objectivity of the report to find out what happened. Is there something that this council or the town should be doing or shouldn't be doing to prevent a recurrence of that? What comes to my mind is the pictures we all see in the news of the Pacific Ocean, houses built on a cliff in the Pacific Ocean collapsing over the cliff into the ocean. We don't want to have that happen in West Orange, of course, and we don't want someone to say in the future, whoever allowed this to happen. And I think the council has the ability and the tools to prevent that and look and see what happened on Northfield Avenue, make sure it doesn't happen anywhere in West Orange, and make sure that if you don't want that to happen in the West Essex Highland development, that you say so unambiguously in an amended ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Ms. Robinson?
Good evening, everyone. Maureen Robinson, Crestridge Apartments, 200 Mount Pleasant Avenue, West Orange. I just stood to pay homage to the West Orange Fire Department. I made a stupid mistake the other day, and they came prepared to do business. They were cordial, they were friendly. I said, well, I must be getting dementia. They said, no, it happens. Okay. And so then this big tall guy came, I guess he's the chief. He came to check to make sure I was okay. So I just want to give honor, respect, and kudos to the West Orange Fire Department. And the last thing I want to know is when is the next election for mayor in West Orange?
Mr. Bonello, I think you're next in line. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at public comment? I see a hand up in the back, on the right, on my right, yes. You will speak next, and then there's also a hand on the left, on my left. You will speak after that. So we've got 3 lined up. Mr. Bonello.
My name is Joseph Panulo. I live in Essex Fells within 200-foot notice area of the West Essex Highland Development. I am the president of We Care, New Jersey, the objector in the planning board application 2401. Approaching, I think it's our 18th meeting. I'm getting lost and confused. This has been over a year. Just quick update on what's happening. We will have, I think, the 18th meeting tomorrow night. At that meeting, we will present 3 of the state's premier experts in 3 distinct fields. One is going to be Jeff Gall, the president of Princeton Hydro, who's going to present a supplement to a slope stability study that was in response to a supplement on the eastern edge of the steep slope of the ridge line, where the largest building of four, Building D, is to be placed, does not fit the concept plan, has been moved. And when Jeff represents his study, you will find that any issues related to stability, safety, risk assessment, I don't know what the threshold of risk tolerance is in this town or at the planning board for that matter, but if public safety is a consideration in the presence of that second report and the data that support it, not sure how anybody proceeds as planned. The next man that will come to speak is a guy named Dr. John Hassey. John is the director of the Geospatial Research Lab at Rowan University, has designed, built, and supports the most current data set for ecological and other environmental and criteria features in the state of New Jersey. His data set is qualified at the Division of Consumer Affairs, the Department of Environmental Protection, Fair Share Housing Council. On Friday, the State Planning Commission released its 2024 impact assessment. First time, I think, in 20 years, there's an infrastructure assessment coming. John is one of the primary contributing authors to that study. Don't know that he'll get there tomorrow night, but we will. If anyone were to compare adverse impact plan, adverse criteria for the existing plan that has been presented, that is being heard now, it does not meet, it meets every criteria of a plan adverse condition. The last person who's going to present tomorrow night is Michelle Byers. Michelle Byers is the retired executive director of the New Jersey Conservation Foundation, where she spent 40 years, 25 of them as executive director. The New Jersey Conservation Foundation has preserved more land in the state of New Jersey and stewardship to get that done, open space. Michelle was recently retired and has come to work with us and has been working with us for the past year. And the primary reason is because our objective at WeCare is to preserve this last core forest in Essex County, which resides on steep slopes, the 85,000 trees, and a plan which is designed to put 500 units, roads, which don't have utility connections for water, sewer, electric, and doesn't have a site plan that includes things like a power substation for 8+ megawatts of power, which absent that, we're going to trip the whole mountain when power gets tripped. Doesn't have infrastructure. I'm not sure anybody understands how costs for infrastructure work and when interconnection requests get made, but I would urge somebody here in the town, maybe beyond the planning board, engineers presented, whatever, there's a lot of outstanding questions from the planning board planner and planning board engineer that are unanswered. Last point I will make is that I can't tell you how many meetings there are because there's a lot here. This plan settlement agreement between West Orange, the developer, and the condo association, which arguably did not have standing to enter that agreement, was first reading April 6th, second reading approved April 14th, 2020. 2 weeks into COVID, nobody was alert of what was going on. It was done by Zoom. There's been a lot of things here. I have had a lot of cooperation from people in this town to help Oprah and get information. The amount of information that is available on the town website for public, for the agenda, is lacking. There are no minutes. It's the only application in town. It's the most contested, largest development in town. There are no minutes. There are transcripts, which are very difficult to absorb. They're delayed up until a week and a half ago when I spoke here and asked about it. January was the last planning board minutes, that transcript that was presented. The developers got a paid court reporter here. It's August. Our first expert testified in February. None of our experts can rely on their testimony without having to listen to audio, which is difficult. And at this point, last week, the first half an hour of the meeting was audio troubled. Verona Planning Board attorney from 20 years ago and currently came in here and presented a resolution September 25th, 1980, that provide deed restrictions over the 2 lots for
Mr. Panullo.
Yes, sir. You may never hear that one because it's not in the audio. Anyway, Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. Everybody stay tuned. We'll be here tomorrow night. Thank you.
Lawrence Cohen, 20 Lincoln Avenue, West Orange. Mr. Pinella gave a great speech. He's a great advocate for property to stay wild in West Orange, and Mr. Waldron did a great job too.
Closer to.
Okay. Shout out to Joyce Rudin and Sue Scarpa. They are doing a very good job in getting a zero increase 2025 municipal West Orange budget. We are almost at the finish line. Last year at this time, I was campaigning for Rudin, Krakowiak, and Rutherford. The main unifying issue on residents' minds was the confiscatory property tax rate in this town for the average homeowner or landlord. Please remember, public servants who are paid by the taxpayers. This is the most pressing issue. Having watched the council's special budget meetings over the past few months, a few tidbits about seemingly small habits and traditions of government employee perks stick out to me, and I'd like to mention a few. The township free taxpayer paid gasoline pump downtown is used by some 10 or so government heads who are given the privilege of a car by us taxpayers. Could not these government officials with this perk refrain from filling up on our dime, the taxpayer, when if you analyze the percentage per personal use of their car and per business use of the car, the percentage use could tip towards the personal. Same goes for any easy pass town issues. These town officials are issued easy passes. This is even more so because West Orange doesn't have any easy pass tolls. You have to go out of West Orange to use easy passes. I think these people should just use their own easy pass. An even smaller but symbolic issue came up about the town employees being issued iPhones. Taxpayers pay for these iPhones that town employees feel are important perks. Now, after the employees get the free phone, they've been going on Amazon, buying up quality protective cases called OtterBoxes on our dime, on the taxpayer's dime. So I'm saying, can't these people who are getting a great perk of the phone at least pay for their own OtterBox? So this is like a trend, and especially the top officials could set a good example by paying for things on their own from now on, especially since they're very well paid in West Orange. Okay. I want, I summarize that, yeah. Private and private, this issue of iPhones is a big issue, actually. Some people in private businesses, they're now finding it, there's new softwares where you can segregate your private phone from a business usage and then protect it from seepage of, secrets or important, data that you don't want to let out. So you could just have one phone instead of two phones. But for government officials, it seems that they want to have a private phone in case they're subpoenaed and go to court or something, so they don't have to have their own private phone subpoenaed. So those are the issues. Back to last year's town council election results. Rudin and Krakowiak were elected on a strong platform to reduce out-of-control high property taxes. I want everybody on the council to remember that when you get to this finish line. I really hope you reach zero. The zero municipal budget increase. That would be great. It would send a good signal to everybody. West Orange has an effective property tax rate more than double our neighbors of Essex, Fells, and Roseland. And no, more than double of Essex, Fells, and Roseland, and nearly double Milburn and Montclair. To find a worse effective property tax rate than West Orange in New Jersey, you'd have to go to Camden County, where a bunch of boroughs near Philadelphia have homeowner effective tax rates that are more burdensome. Lastly, we pay a lot for police and fire executive and personnel. Expensive contracts are mostly union made, and staffing is based on recommended levels from the union. Does the police union recommendation for how many police we need take into account that West Orange has many gated private communities, most of which don't get patrolled by West Orange Police except when called? We
Your
have so
time's up.
many, just 30 more seconds is possible?
Please, Mr. Cohen, please finish this
We
quickly.
have so many gated communities, including famous Llewellyn Park, which is about the size of Central Park. We also have much parkland free of people. So how does the police union factor in the features of West Orange when formulating a figure for how many police per resident? How do they figure out the appropriate number? Please think about that. I think we could cut down the number of police. Thank you.
I thought there was another person. Oh, that was you. That was you, yes. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? I see a hand there, Mr. Cohen. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? You can speak next, Mr. Cohen. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, please go ahead, Mr. DeBovi.
Thank you. Todd DeBovi, Burnett Terrace. I'm here to discuss and talk about the proposed resolution to hire Matrix to perform some reporting in connection with the Green Acres funding. Looking at the proposal, it refers to a preliminary assessment report that was done back in February 2019, around when we purchased the property. Nothing's been done environmentally since then. Now we're being told that an additional report is needed in order to qualify for the funding, for the Green Acres funding. We've reviewed the contract of sale, which basically the township took over the property and waived its rights to go after the seller for any environmental issues. The contract also indicated that there were 6 documents, which I believe were the seller's documents, that were provided and allowed to be reviewed and maybe even given to the township that spoke to the condition of the property. The question really falls to the administration. Why hasn't anything been done? Excuse me, anything been done since 2019 with reference to this? I would suggest that before you approve this resolution, which this exercise needs to be done in order to qualify for this funding, but before you do that, you need to know what you're getting into, which is often not the case with this township. Frequently, resolutions are proposed and put in front of the council with very little background information, and this is yet again another example of that. I would request that we receive the preliminary assessment report that's referred to in the matrix proposal, as well as the 6 documents that were referred to in the contract of sale, so we can see what we're talking about. We know that groundwater is impacted because there's a reference to benzene in the groundwater in that matrix proposal. I'm confused why this town continually takes on property that's contaminated and takes on the responsibility for spending that money. Downtown is a perfect example. Somebody made a deal with Prism to take over the properties that were supposed to be phase 2, and they're contaminated. And now we're stuck with that as part of their so-called settlement where we paid them $12 million. I find this kind of pattern of behavior unconscionable and frankly borders on negligence. And it has to stop. And the only way to stop it seems to be a change in administration. That's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment tonight? Please raise your hand.
Good evening. My name is Richard Cohn. I live at 40 Eagle Ridge Way. I'm here to address an ongoing grove of invasive tree of heaven at 29 Mountain Avenue, owned by Andrew and Jane Kessler, my neighbors adjacent to my backyard. This grove is harboring a state-declared nuisance pest, the spotted lanternfly, and is impacting my family's quality of life, especially my special needs son who relies on our pool for therapy and recreation. This is the grove of trees of heaven directly adjacent to my backyard. There's over 20 of them here. This is not a seasonal annoyance. We are constantly cleaning honeydew residue, sooty mold, and insect bodies from the pool and deck. During use, there's always a dozen or more lanternflies landing in the water, disrupting my son's therapy. The state has identified Tree of Heaven as the primary host for the spotted lanternfly and urges its removal. Yet in West Orange, this infestation has been allowed to persist. This is a Tree of Heaven with a swarm of lanternflies all over it, marked by the forester with orange paint for removal, and yet the Kesslers have refused to remove it, and the town has refused to enforce their removal by the ordinance. Here's more of them. Every morning, I have to clean out the skimmers before my son could go into the pool. This is what I find in the morning and have to sweep up. This is daily. While the lanternflies are enjoying a good swim each morning. Here's this week's take.
Oh, geez.
All right, this is what I deal with. This is a week's worth of sweeping up. A few weeks ago, the Kesslers and Mr. Kitt were in my backyard and observed the Tree of Heaven grove and the spotted lanternfly starting to grow on them. The Kesslers told Mr. Kipp and myself why they would spray the spotted lanternfly with pesticide. They outright told the forester that we refuse to remove these invasive trees. To date, the Kesslers has not yet sprayed the spotted lanternfly. Mr. Kipp subsequently said he would have to consult with the town attorney on next steps. And in an email sent last week, Mr. Kipp said the town attorney stated that the town will not require removal of the trees, that this tree ordinance mandates their removal. All of you here on the town council are copied with my response. Our township forester says the tree ordinance prohibits removing more than 2 viable trees or trees on a steep slope. But Tree of Heaven is not a viable tree in the sense the ordinance was written to protect. It's invasive, allelopathic, shallot-rooted, and it suppresses native growth. The ordinance itself recognized invasive species as harmful to native trees. On the steep slope argument, the Tree of Heaven is poor erosion control. It crowds out ground cover, leaving slopes more vulnerable over time. Native shrubs, trees, and grasses provide deeper roots and better slope stabilization. The ordinance allows slope removal with erosion control measures, and I am proposing exactly that. I then asked the health director to cause their removal under the nuisance ordinance. The health director says the spotted lanternfly is not listed by name in an ordinance. That's true, but it's irrelevant. Under state law, NJAC 220-10.2, the spotted lanternfly is already declared a nuisance. Our township nuisance ordinance allows the council itself to abate any condition injurious to public health and comfort, even if not named specifically. Under the township code, this council, not just the health director, will declare this grove an infestation and nuisance, direct the owners to abate it within a set time. If they refuse, cause removal in a summary matter and recover the cost from the owners. You do not need the cooperation of the health department to act. Tonight, I'm asking you to adopt a resolution declaring the Tree of Heaven Grove at 29 Mountain Avenue a nuisance. Direct the owners to remove it and treat it for spot and lanternfly within 30 days. Authorize summary abatement if they refuse with costs recovered. as the ordinance allows. I'm submitting a proposed resolution to each of you tonight and respectfully request that the council either vote on it this evening as a walk-on item
Your time is
or at a
up.
minimum, direct the clerk to place on the every next meeting agenda for immediate action. 15 seconds, please.
15 seconds.
The longer we wait, the more this invitation spreads, not just to my property, but to other homes in the broader community. This is a clear case where our ordinances give you the authority to protect residents when other departments won't. I urge you to act tonight to enforce our laws, protect our community, and end this ongoing nuisance. Thank you. And I'd like to give you each a packet with the relevant authority.
I'll pass
You
it
mind
down.
passing them out?
Thank you.
And one's for Mr. Smiraldo too. And I'll email Ms. Scarpa, Councilwoman Scarpa hers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak tonight at public comment? Please come up.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Yeah. My name is Luz Cubero. I live at 23 Hunterdon Road. And last year, my house was caught fire and is still under construction. And when they assessed the value of the property, they wrongly assessed it for like a lot more than what is worth or what it is, because it's still under construction. So when I went to pay my taxes, I was really in shock to see how much more I had to pay in taxes, which was over $4,000 in one shot. And when I spoke to the assessor, he said that I have to wait for council to make this decision on when you guys are gonna work on taxes. And so in the meantime, my house could be sold, the taxes could be sold, and I could lose my home. And so I would like to know when council is gonna work on the tax situation. And so that's an issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could you just repeat your name and address, please?
Loose. Rose? Yeah. I think her first name is Rose. I'm pretty sure they have Rose.
My name, it's 23 Hunterdon Road. And my name is Luz, L-U-Z, Cubero, C-U-B-E-R-O.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at public comment tonight? Seeing no one's hands, I'm going to close public comment at 7:58 and invite my colleagues to respond if they would like to.
Council President, if I just could quickly, just because there was a number of public comments about potential liability and potential litigation and existing litigation, just like to recommend that the council not comment on any of those things in detail. If you want to acknowledge the people that came up to speak, that's fine, but be careful about making comments about ongoing or potential litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Councilwoman Scarpa, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Let's start at the beginning. With Karen. I think that would be a question of getting a closed caption system or a listening device for the administration. I'd just like to hear what their thoughts are on that.
I'm sorry, who were you asking to respond?
The administration, if they could address the feasibility of a listening device or closed caption system, what that might entail, and the ADA issue.
So Councilwoman, we just had a sound system company come here recently, assess our system, and also assessed our audio assist program. or system that we have here. We realize that our system it works to a degree. It is failing. We need to get a price on that. Unfortunately, the hearing device right now, from what I understand, is it only works close to the microphones, and that's not acceptable to out in the audience. So we are getting a price, and once we have it, we will evaluate it to upgrade and replace and everything else. So, but that was just done recently between the last meeting and now.
Okay, great, thanks. Former Councilman Wallman, I've heard so much about you from Rosary Morelli. I want to thank both you and Joe Panulo for your advocacy and education about, what's going on in the Highlands. Unfortunately, I'm on the planning board, so I'm not going to comment, but I want to thank you and express my continued support for your coming and helping the residents understand the importance of what we do on the planning board and the development issues that go on in our town. Mrs. Robinson, I thank you for coming and saying all of your wonderful support for our firefighters. I can't say enough about the kindness and professionalism of our firefighters. As many of you know, I had a lot of interaction with them for 3 years when I was a primary caregiver for my dad after his stroke. I rode in that passenger seat so many times, and every time I did, I felt like a family member and not a stranger. They are absolutely one of West Orange's finest assets. And again, I want to thank Chief Vecchio and all of them for all they do for our community. Lawrence Cohen, thank you for recognizing our tremendous efforts. Councilwoman Rudin and I are really, really hoping to get that to 0. I have heard similar sentiments from other residents, and it's really nice to know that you really appreciate the hard work that we are doing. Todd DeBovie, once again, you are right on the money. I want to thank you for your research and educating the public of some of the challenges we face in our township. I absolutely agree. I'd like to table this just until we get a little bit of information, perhaps that preliminary assessment report and the 6 documents of sale. We really need to understand what we're getting into. Of course, we do have to apply for the Green Acres, and we will, but it is important that the council get complete and accurate information before we make decisions. Richard Cohen, again, thank you so much for coming to the council. I'm looking forward to getting all of the information that you've emailed. You are going to email me. I've already looked at the information that you have sent to us, and I believe we do need to do something about your situation. I'll give it to the ESSI administration to comment if appropriate.
I didn't.
Yes, please repeat.
Can you please repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd just like you to comment on Mr. Cohen, Richard Cohen's predicament, if it's appropriate for you to comment about what we may be able to do to assist him with a resolution or enforce the tree ordinance.
So we have had those conversations. It is been referred to our legal team, and as Mr. Burke indicated, because it's a legal matter, it's not proper to speak at it here at this particular moment, but we have notified our legal team, and I know Mr. Cohen has sent something to our legal team for review, and that's about as much as I'm going to say about that for tonight.
Okay,
I'll look forward to hearing.
Okay, I'll look forward to hearing how we might be able to assist him. Luz Cabrero, I'm so sorry to hear about your predicament. The fire, I know so many residents have come to me overwhelmed, some unable to pay the taxes that, that they are really subject to right now, and coupled with the sewer bill, which hopefully will go to the usage model ASAP. I don't understand all the particulars of your situation. Again, can the administration shed any light on it. I think what she's referring to is we have to finish the budget before the tax, levy can be properly evaluated. But could you just speak to that quickly? Either the CFO or.
Again, I'm not completely clear because you talked about losing your house or I don't know if you're in tax sale, but.
Please. We don't discuss in the middle of the meeting. If I could suggest that perhaps at some point, the two of you go outside to speak on this, if you think it would be helpful, if both of you agree it'd be helpful, but we can't have a dialogue here. We're just gonna let Mr. Ziniak respond and we will get you the communication that you need. It just can't be done during the council meeting, please. Go ahead. Mr.
So as a general comment for all of the residents that were impacted positively or negatively, or not at all, by the revaluation, that third quarter estimated tax bill takes into account the new assessed value of your property. So the first and second tax bill was sent out when we finalized the budget in October of 2024, and we sent out the fourth quarter 2024 tax bill, which trued up the taxes for 2024. And then we said 50% of that becomes the first and second of 2025. But again, now that that new assessment has hit for Q3, that Q3 bill for many people has been dramatically larger. The fourth quarter won't be as big because again, it's a true up. But yes, that Q3 bill was probably a shocker. I know it was a shocker for many people, and that's a result of the revaluation. Now we sent out an estimated bill based on sort of the budget that we introduced in April. So where we're at right now on the municipal side of things, it's looking like it's going to be less. So I don't want to guarantee anything, but fourth quarter, most of our residents should see a decrease versus what they got in Q3. And then next year it'll normalize a little bit more because obviously the revaluation has already happened and the first and second quarter bills of 2026 will reflect that. But if you want to speak about anything other than that, you feel free to talk to me or talk to the tax collector. We'll be happy to assist you or show you the calculation for your Q3 bill. That might help a little bit. I mean, the dollar amount is what it is, but at least we can explain how we arrived at it.
Okay, I've concluded my remarks.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Scarpa, did
Thank
you
you.
say you're finished with your
Yes,
response?
thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Who would like to go next?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Thank you, Council President, and I'll start off with Ms. Cabero because I know you're sound frustrated there. So I guess, Mr. Detiniak, my question is, and I think this is where I think she was trying to express to us. So the third quarter tax, as he explained, the tax is set, you were billed out. So what we do up here with that bill shouldn't have anything to do with your bill. And I don't know why you were given that information. However, I think where she's going is because she had a fire and her property was damaged and construction wasn't completed. I think that is more the question she was looking for. Why wasn't she given some kind of dispensation for that situation? I think that's where she was going. You could just nod your head. We can't talk, but
Okay, I didn't
that's
get
any
that
resident that has
from her
an
comment.
issue with their home and it's damaged, they would have to put in for a reval or something. I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
so
he understands now.
yeah, so that would be something that the taxes.
Please stop commenting from the audience, please.
Yeah.
So that would be something that the tax assessor can adjust the value of the property. And I think probably what she was told that would happen in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Those adjustments can happen in the fourth quarter. So once we strike the final tax rate, the tax assessor, and I don't want to speak for Jacob, Mr. Neiman, our tax assessor, but I think that's probably what he meant would be that the adjustment based on now the depreciated value of the home
Yes.
would lead to a credit in the fourth quarter. So yes, you have to pay the third quarter tax as billed. The fourth quarter may see, and I don't know the amount, but may see a significant reduction where, you know, maybe you only have to pay, just let's say it's a $2,000 tax bill, maybe you're only paying 500 because of the reduction in the assessment.
Can
So-
either yourself or Mr. Smeraldo, or maybe Mr. Smeraldo, falls under your purview, but can someone talk to Mr. Neiman? And
Yeah, I'll talk to Jacob tomorrow
have-
and
reinstate what, what she should expect?
yeah, I think I'll tell him it's 2300 in
Yeah.
road, correct? You know, he, I'm sure is abreast of the situation
Yeah.
and
So yeah, just to articulate a little bit better so she understands. I don't know why it would be misinterpreted to come to the council meeting for that, but we're always glad to help you on any issue. But thank you, Mr. Titiniak.
yeah, I
appreciate it.
think probably again, we need to have the final tax rate and then the tax bill would get sent out and it would be adjusted at that point, adjusted in Q4. Because we don't make adjustments in Q3, whether it's a county board judgment that reduces a value or a situation like this where you have a fire and now the property is depreciated. So I'll get your phone number and I'll talk to the assessor and give you a call. I like that notebook.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fagan.
It's like a reporter.
It does look like a reporter. So thank you for that. And thanks again to our fire department, because I'm sure they did an outstanding job and we hope there wasn't anyone hurt in that fire for you. And to your point, Ms. Robinson, they're our finest and bravest, our fire department. Mr. Cohen, he had mentioned looking at the police, number of police and officers, and that's one thing. We made a lot of reductions with this budget, and I do appreciate my colleagues' extra time that they put in and all the folks on the committee. And we were all supportive of that initiative, and we're trying to get this done because this was a terrible year with the reval, and a lot of people getting really hit over the head, and some people, actually a few people did well, so I was glad to hear that. But at the end of the day, we're doing all we can. Mr. Titiniak has done a fine, outstanding job this past year, coming in, trying to change our systems over, trying to put new processes and best practices in place. And, as much as all this work is being done this year, hopefully there won't be 12 meetings next year. I wish our school board would have had a few more meetings when they crafted their budget, but that's a conversation I'll save for them. But this council has worked really, really hard to get this budget down. I thank my colleagues for their extra time. However, I would not touch the number of police officers or firefighters, as we've had and I have to be limited to my comments that were talked about development projects here in the township. It's no secret we're getting hammered with development projects with this affordable housing rule. Again, the reduction of any police and fire is not a good thing. We're not at our numbers that we were from years ago. And once these, if any new buildings go up, we have a great EMS squad, and that's more folks in our township that we have to provide services to. We need to watch that. But I do appreciate all the advocacy of Mr. Pinello and Mr. Waldman. It was nice to see you, and thank you for your many years of service. I know you worked hard through the years and your advocacy, but it's been very frustrating, especially when we can't talk about it. I, in the beginning of the year, did not support the number that was given by the state for affordable housing. And that's not because I do not support affordable housing. I do, but in a smart way. And it's unfortunate that the majority of these units that are in West Orange are not going to our West Orange residents. Unfortunately, that's the law. But it's a very low number ratio. I was very disappointed to hear across the parking lot in the 65 affordable units, less than 30% of our residents were able to secure an affordable apartment for our seniors. And that really was heartbreaking. So I learned a lot this year. And I really appreciate all the speakers that come up and teaching us more. And, you know, when I started the beginning of the evening talking about that David Cassidy bus tour with all those great fans. And there was a lot of people that were from the area for many years ago and haven't been back. And just so sad of them hearing of a lot of these projects that want to infiltrate our beautiful community. And they said, keep fighting, because it's definitely worth the fight. We have a beautiful community. Our history is First Mountain. And that First Mountain needs to be protected in every which way. And so I'm not going to talk a lot about that other than we all have to, it's tough times because the state is not making it easy. The state is not making it easy for us. When I went to Atlantic City back in November, I was angry. I left there very angry, and this is ripping up our community. And now we're getting sued left and right. And it's just so aggravating and disappointing. But, you know, we're all committed up here, and we're going to work together to make sure we protect our beautiful West Orange. One of the favorite things about that day that I got to take that tour was just to talk to people and famous celebrities making statements about how David Cassidy, when he was a young boy, talked to, you know, celebrities in LA about how great growing up in West Orange was. And it really affected his life, and his family stated that. And we want to be able in this community to always talk that way about this town. And I hope we can always do that. So we have to keep working hard. Mr. DeBovi, you are correct. You know, we'll have Miss our Director Kabbalah ask her a few questions later. But I talked to her earlier today because I was dumbfounded about this Green Acres application and why we had to go back to, and I understand it because we won't get the funding. We just won't get the funding. And she'll explain how it's time sensitive. And I get it. What's disappointing was that back in 2019, when we had the report and the findings, you know, I don't know what I can and can't talk about. Mr. Burke could tell me to be quiet when he feels free to jump in, but we had a closed session back at that time. And in that closed session and.
I don't know.
Talk
Yeah,
about
I know.
it. Just to tell you where to stop.
I'm gonna leave it that I felt comfortable moving forward, and I know Council President was in that session, so he could attest or not attest. But I felt comfortable with the recommendation made, asking questions, because that we do, and I have the minutes of that meeting that cannot be shared, but I do know, I didn't imagine it, that we were made comfortable to move forward with that decision, so I am confident. But there is one caveat, and that's these deals are complicated. And I know that deal, as well as the deal with Executive Drive, that one had attached to a tax appeal as well, that they won. Montclair Country Club had won a tax appeal. And part of the purchase was they wouldn't move forward with that tax appeal, which I think was, I asked Mr. Tiniak, I forget what the number was, but I think it was, I couldn't find it on my server, but I think it was what, close to 2 million?
It was millions, yes.
Yeah, so that had some play in it. So I know these situations gets frustrating. But yeah, it is frustrating, and I do understand, after the director had spoken to me today, I will be supportive of this. We got to get it done. And if my colleagues, I recommend that they ask her a couple questions so they feel comfortable. Because sometimes, unfortunately, we sit up here, have to make tough decisions on items that we need to take care of, no matter how frustrating they are to us. With that being said, Mr. Cohen, thank you for coming to us. I'm not sure if you sent me email. I was away all last week, so I have not gotten an off the grid. It was really nice being unplugged for a week. I was far away place and but coming home, I have not caught up to all my emails yet. One thing I will ask, you know, I got to get more information because I see how many trees that are out there, and to pass this means everyone in town has to take down trees. I know everybody can't afford to take down trees. So we got to get some kind of understanding how, you know, something like this, if we create an ordinance, would work. And I know the township cutting down the budget bare bones as we are doing right now wouldn't have, you know, wouldn't be able, because most times when we go in and we have to take care of something for a resident because of an urgent situation, unless we have a grant or something, usually we don't get a return on a payment back on something like that until they sell their house. We actually have to put like a lien to get paid back by the time they sell the property. So this is gonna maybe not be the next meeting. It's gonna, you know, we'll work as quick as we can, but there's a lot of things attached, and I'm more than happy to start working on it this week. So sorry if I didn't get back to you. And last but not least, I guess that's it. Thank you everyone for coming out. I appreciate you sharing with us. If I missed someone, I apologize. And that's bad. And Mr. Fagan, again, thank you for all your information. You've been doing a great job. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rudin.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out and speaking tonight. I think if there's a theme tonight, it really is the issue of selective enforcement. We have a steep slope ordinance that in some cases, when it comes to a huge development, we get some sort of determination that the steep slope ordinance will be ignored. And yet we have on the other side, a smaller issue with the Tree of Heaven issue, which is saying that, but in this case, the steep slope ordinance will be enforced. So, you know, what is going on here? Why does this administration sometimes enforce and sometimes not? And I'd really like to understand how the chair of the zoning board could say on June 30th, 2024, that the steep slope ordinance just doesn't apply to 138 acres and development on a very steep slope. The fact that we have had many issues on steep slopes, and thank you, Mr. Waldman, for again reminding us about Ron Jolin. Ron Jolin was a travesty. The fact that this town never really paid to investigate why that hillside collapsed and which ended up displacing 45 families forever from West Orange, I have no idea, but I would like to request that a study be made. And I also really appreciate you calling to our attention to ordinances that we can work on to make sure that the steep slope ordinance applies across the board in certain areas. Across the board. There is an exception when it applies also to trees that are considered a nuisance. That should be an exemption. Now, contrary to what was said tonight, there is no litigation going on between Mr. Cohen and the township and anybody else in regard to the Tree of Heaven issue. That is not the case. There has been a request to take down the trees, and this council, before I was on it, although I was part of the request to rewrite the ordinance, very clearly said that Tree of Heaven is not protected in our ordinance. They are an out and out nuisance to our environment, and they need to be taken down. So why our township is not enforcing that these trees need to be taken down, it's, you know, anybody's guess, but I would like to follow up on Mr. Cohen's request by in new matters tonight to request that there be more teeth put into our own tree ordinance, which already requires that the tree of heaven be removed. What I will be proposing tonight, make sure that when these trees, which as it was stated tonight, do not provide very good soil protection, are removed, they are done in a way so they will not easily propagate and spread. So they have to be removed very carefully, and they must be in that area where it is removed, there has to be native trees replaced. As far as other areas in our township that also have tree of heaven, I just found out today that the township just recently, actually today or yesterday, was notified that we received a $20,000 grant to address tree of heaven. And there are other grants out there that we can be applying for to help remove those trees. Now, I'm a tree lover. I ran for trees. I don't ever want to see a tree removed. But if it's necessary to protect our environment, then that's what we need to do, and we need to replace it with native trees. Mr. Panula, I am so sorry that your organization, We Care, has to pay thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to tell us what we should be doing, and that it is up to We Care to bring in the experts to tell us about our own steep slopes and what is necessary for slope stability. So I thank you for bringing that to our town, and I thank you for all the work that you are doing to protect our last big forest in West Orange, and we need to protect other areas that are also on steep slope and also right by a ridge. I wanted to address, I'm going to switch topics right now to land use. I'm sorry, to listening device issues that were brought to our attention by Ms. DeAngelis. I'm not sure if the administration has consulted with the Division of Deaf and Hard of Hearing in Trenton, but if we have not, we need to, because whatever expense it costs for us to get proper listening devices and proper audio in this room, it's a lot cheaper than dealing with a lawsuit. This is a Title II requirement. It is regulated by the Department of Justice, and we need to make sure that people in this room can hear. Mr. Lawrence Cohn, thank you for giving a shout out to us for working so hard on reducing the budget. We remember when we are in this seat that we are here for you and we are protecting your taxes. And we've had to make some really hard calls, and it hasn't been easy. This has been a line by line approach because we really want to make the budget reflective of what the spending actually is. And once we zero out a budget item, it doesn't mean that the next year you can't come back to us if you're a department head and say, hey, we want to put this on. We will hear what you need and we will adjust. So thank you. I also appreciate you calling out again some of the issues that we've raised here, which is the free allowance of gas to employees of this town who use municipal cars, what it seems like mostly for personal expense, for personal transportation. I have asked our business administrator about this, and maybe you can respond to the public tonight and maybe and tell them what you have told me. The people who have cars are very well paid in West Orange. Why are we giving them Easy Pass, especially when they don't need Easy Pass in West Orange? People who drive our municipal cars, if they are going out on a business trip, put the Easy Pass on their credit cards, ask us for reimbursement. We will give you that. But why should we be paying for every trip you take throughout New Jersey, New York, Boston, because you are already using our municipal cars? I have no idea. So maybe this is a time when you can address why so many people have municipal cars when contractually only the fire chief and the police chief in our employee rule book are allowed to take cars home. In most other municipalities, people drive their cars here, use a employee car if they require it, and then leave their car, leave the business car here and go home in their personal car. Now, I know that there are some safety issues, but for those safety issues, even if there's a fire in town, they can come to the town hall, pick up a car, and then go out to the fire. They should not be taking them down to the shore and back, and we are filling up their tanks as if we are just a filling station for personal cars. So I'm going to stop right there for a second so that you can address that, and then I'll continue on.
It's a personnel matter and I'm not going to discuss anymore.
Okay. So that is, to me, a lack of transparency.
Councilwoman.
Wait. Let's just not even get into the argument. I think everybody understands that the argument is a little bit more nuanced than Councilwoman Rudin is advocating for, because she's a very strong advocate, but we are not going to debate this. We have been debating it in many of the budget workshops, and we haven't come up with anything. It's got to take a different path. If we, as a council, are going to pass an ordinance restricting this usage and trying to get as much information as we can so we can make an informed decision, great. But we are not going to do it in response to public comment at tonight's council meeting. And I'm not trying to stop you from saying anything, Councilwoman Rudin. You go ahead and you can speak as long as you want. But I think we've heard from Mr. Smeraldo that he doesn't want to discuss it right now, and I don't want to get in an argument about it. So please go ahead.
Okay. Moving on, in terms of the issue that Mr. DeBovi has raised about environmental concerns at Rock Springs. It was kind of shocking to see that come onto our agenda, that we are now dealing with another township-owned property that apparently has contamination. And there does seem to be a pattern here of this township buying land that is contaminated and leaving it for us, the taxpayers, to foot the bill. So we will be looking at this later tonight. I know our engineering director is here. We're going to be asking her questions about exactly what questions you raised, which is, this was pointed out, I believe, prior to the purchase of the land. I've read the contract also myself and saw that we were specifically we specifically allowed the township to overlook environmental issues and to purchase the land anyway. And why nothing has been done since 2019 when we knew that there was a problem? I know that the answer to that is that we weren't applying for Green Acres funding, but I think it's a little bit more than that. So we will be looking at this issue of the contaminated property. And I have already requested the 6 documents that went along with the report that we received tonight, and was already told that we don't have those documents because that was part of the Montclair Country Club's assessment. So I'm going to ask for it again. I'd also like to get the full matrix report so that we know exactly what we knew in 2019 when we purchased this property. I think that's it. Thank you, everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Some people I didn't bring out because they were addressed by my other council colleagues. And also, I just also want to thank, blanking on your name, downtown.
Ms. Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, Amy, I'm so sorry. what an awesome job you did bringing the David Cassidy. It really kind of inspired me to start reading more about David Cassidy and watching, and I'm sorry that I couldn't attend those events, but great job bringing tourism really to our town. And I think it's kind of opened up a lot more dialogue in terms of what we can be doing in this town. And I just want to say great work on that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just very quickly, because the evening is stretching out. Ms. DeAngelis, thanks very much for bringing up important subject, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to hear that the administration is considering how we can get decent audio in council chambers. I'm telling you, I will pay my own money, aside from my property taxes, to get this problem fixed. It's just, it blows my mind. I'm not gonna go on that we can't get decent audio in here. So I am all in favor of this, and we should try to do it sooner rather than later so we can get it in the budget and get it done. Because you are, Ms. DeAngelis, you're far from the first person since I've been associated with this place in the last 15 years who has complained about this, and for some reason, we don't seem to be able to get it fixed. So I would very much like to get it fixed this time. And I am willing to invest the money because this is the only way you guys can find out what's going on in your government that your taxes are paying for. So anyway, Mr. Waldman, thank you very much for coming. You made some excellent points, as you almost always do. And we will take this up, especially this question of the engineering study, because we really need to know about that. Because if there's we really need to know what happened with that slide and the failure of the rock face, because we have other situations in town similar to that. And we also have the prospect that the property owners want to come in and rebuild. So we really need to find out what's going on so that we can make sure that, as you said repeatedly and justifiably, that it doesn't happen again. Ms. Robinson, I'm glad you had a very good experience with the fire department, and maybe you want to run for council. I mean, for mayor next year. Okay. Mr. Bonullo, as always, you are a very strong advocate. You speak a little bit too fast for me, but I am somewhat familiar with the issues because I've been here before when you've come in to speak. But anyway, I think you make some very good points. And one of the things you've been talking about, I think you talked about at your last hearing, was the lack of documentation that is represented by audio and video of the hearings, of the minutes of the hearings, and of the transcripts. And this issue is going to come up a little bit later this evening because I want to try to make this, I want to try to get that fixed so that what the state and what the planning board rules require is what is being delivered in the West Essex Highlands case. And so I want to see that done. Mr. Cohen, I agree totally with you that we, the council, need to balance the needs of what the residents need with the financial help that we get from taxpayers. And just to perhaps clarify, the police unions do not determine our staffing needs of the police department. They do not do that. All right. That's not what happens. I'll just leave it at that. And I don't know whether I needed to clarify that, but I think it's important if I did need to. Mr. DeBovie, as usual, you come in with some really great ideas, some facts and insights, and we want to follow up with that just so that people know there's a couple of things that need to be addressed further at Rock Spring. We're going to hear about this a little bit later because I don't think the resolution to hire Matrix to look further into these potential environmental problems is factually correct, and we'll get there a little bit more. And I agree with you, and I agree with Councilwoman Rudin that we seem to have a history of not only ownership of properties with environmental problems, but the ones that we need to pay for. So we really need to look hard at this, and any other acquisition of property by the township while we are on council, we are got to vet the environmental concerns and make sure that we do not accept any environmental remediation costs that we don't that we're not aware of. This is a new council, and we're going to be looking a lot harder at an issue like this. Mr. Cohn, I appreciate you coming. I appreciate the emails you've sent, and I just wanted to let you know, I don't know if this is going to help, but I asked on behalf of the council for a legal opinion from our town attorney on a lot of the issues that you raised. And one of the issues you raised is that the council can actually do the enforcement of this. That's something, a new concept to me, because the way our government is situated, the enforcement is always left with the administration. So for the idea that the council can actually enforce an ordinance, that's new to me. And there's other issues that you've raised, and hopefully that we will get a speedy and thorough and acceptable legal opinion back from the town attorney. And Ms. Cabero, I just want to make sure that you get what you need to get answers to your questions about your home value. It's a crucial issue, and if you don't get it, what you need, come back to the council and we'll make sure you do. But I think you're going to have plenty of access. So thank you. Anyway, let's shut this down so we can get on with the rest of our meeting. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk.
All right, we're gonna review the consent agenda. Approval of minutes of previous meeting. We have the July 22nd, 2025 public meeting.
The minutes look great, except there's like some yellow highlighting on part of one word. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but
That's probably not, we can just
Okay,
fix the
okay.
formatting.
I consent.
Note that,
Okay.
okay.
Consent.
Consent.
Okay, report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, we had the fire station number 5, maintenance and rehabilitation. And for the bill list, I know Councilwoman Rudin had sent an email with a couple of bills to be pulled. That was 185537, a Lembo car for $1,652 in collision repairs. 188762 for $2,307 for physical exams. 188415 and 188525 for Herc rentals. 188914 for Donna Frio, $880 dog park in July, and 184895 Realty Pro Group.
Now, some of the questions, issues that you raised did get an answer. I don't know if an answer from the administration. I don't know whether that satisfied you or whether there's any change in that, but if there isn't, we can perhaps hear from the administration if there's anything that they want to say, and then we can try to move forward with approving all the bills that are acceptable to everyone.
Okay, I'll make it fast. All right. The first thing that I pulled, 185537. I asked a question about this and I was told that it was voided. So that this bill is being voided. So I just want to make sure that you have that down, that bill is being voided. 188762, there was a bill that Dr. Kelly, who is our municipal physician, who is supposed to be doing exams for our personnel, put in, and I asked whether or not this should have already been covered in his $15,000 contract. And I was told by the administration that they will be pulling this bill and examining that. So I'm just saying this out loud, just so that this is on the record for our clerk. For this next one, 1884156 and 1888525, this has to do with, we are renting these large machines outside of our public library that are running on diesel, and they are illuminating the outside of the public library. And we're paying, I believe, $5,000 a month for this. So I did want to ask the administration, because I did not see the answer to this in my questions, which is, how was this building illuminated before the township acquired it? How was the parking lot illuminated prior to purchasing this?
If I could just intervene, and I don't want to slow you down, but we just talked about the Herc rentals for the lighting in the parking lot. My understanding, it's $700 a month, not five. I'm sorry, what the number you?
We had two bills this on our bill list that together their total is about $5,000.
But I think that was.
It's for
a couple
Herc
months.
rentals at the library. If I'm wrong, then it was like $2,300 each.
So if we can clarify that tonight,
Yeah.
great. If not, we'll move on. But I didn't want that left hanging because that was my understanding. The lighting and the generators to power the lights are $700 a month and are really needed. If you've ever been out to the public library in the dark and walking back to the parking lot to your car, we really do need the illumination. But anyway, Mr. Smaraldo, Mr. Titiniak.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Titiniak
Okay.
for the bill, but I will say that the reason we had to get them initially is that all the lights, when we started upgrading the project or the building, most of those lights are broken. They were just the way we received it, and it was estimated somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 at the time to replace just around the building. And with as we've discussed, we have phase 2 in place for consideration for the council for lighting that, the whole big project to add LED lights and things of that nature. So we haven't moved forward with it because we didn't know where we're going with phase 2. But as you pointed out, Council President, we need those lights up there.
So do we know what the cost is and what those bills are referring to if they're connected to each other?
Yeah, so the cost of the light towers is $2,700, along with $55 in state mandated emission fees for a total of $2,836.05.
And is that per month? Because I see two bills here for the Herc rentals.
Do we have two bills on the bill? I thought we had the one
We-
bill.
We have
bill list.
1884156 and we have 1888525.
So this is for 188,525. This is the invoice dated July 29th. So it's a month for 1 month.
So each month is 2,300, 2,800 approximately? Or is that, are we paying that twice?
Let me look at the other bill.
Well, also, excuse me for jumping in, but it's summertime, it stays out later. So is that a summer bill, and are the winter bills more expensive?
It's a rental for the units. It's per unit. We have 3 units that we
Okay,
rented.
those
So we rent the
units.
units.
Electric.
Whether we run them 24 hours or 1 hour, it's the same rental for the unit. It's just
Okay,
the
it's not
amount
the
of fuel
electric.
that's being used
Okay.
in those times.
It's a diesel charged apparatus. So my concern is that we're burning diesel right outside the public library. But my question is, I know we spoke about this in the budget hearing. Why wasn't this part of the original budget? And lighting a library that is open at night is expected to have lighting by municipal code.
So I believe I've spoken about this quite a few times. The initial project was for the library itself, not the building. We received approximately $6 million or so between matching funds and what we provided. And it was for the library itself. It wasn't for the building. The building has 4 or 5 phases that we've identified, including the lighting and exterior is the second phase. We're talking about replacing the windows in another phase. We're talking about the roof and the remainder of the HVAC systems. So there's multiple phases. So everybody thinks is that we spent all this money on the building. In fact, the library project wasn't just the library. We actually had to make upgrades outside the scope of the library project itself, including we had to replace the elevators because that wasn't ADA compliance. That was not included in the scope. The lighting was not included in the scope. Some of the doorways and access systems were not part of the scope. The requirement to add the suppression system and the gas line and all the others were not part of the original scope. They weren't included in the project. As to why, I can't give you that answer because I wasn't assigned to the project at that time. But these are things that we identified that had to be addressed to upgrade the building. It wasn't just the library project. It was to improve. And in fact, with the fire alarm system, under the code, we had money in there for I think the fire alarm system just for the library, but because under the code, it was changed from when the original plans came in, you needed now to have the entire fire alarm system tie into one panel, not having 2 separate panels. That was changed after the design of the building, so we had to upgrade the fire alarm system too. So there was a lot of expenses that were not identified prior to, when we started the project. And I can't speak to that because I wasn't involved with that part of it.
Right, so let's not review that entire project. Let's just focus on the lights so that we can get an accurate idea about what we're spending and why we're spending it, just on the lights and as relation to the bill.
So it's 2836.05 per month. So there are 2 POs on this bill list. The reason that there's 2 POs is that we paid one of the rental bills in between meetings so that we didn't incur a finance fee. So there's a payment that was made on July 16th for probably the July rental. That's why we've included it on the bill list for approval, but it's already been paid. But yes, it's 2836 per month.
Okay, so our business.
And if I could just clarify before you go on, just so we can be clear, it's 2836 per month for the actual machinery or for the lights?
For the whole thing.
So the generator and the light.
The whole thing, yeah.
But
The
we
whole
we
package.
have 3 lights there.
Yeah.
Is that correct? And that's for
Correct.
3.
That's for 3.
Okay, so I would like to ask why we don't use solar lighting, which is being used at Whole Foods. They also have a need for light and they are using solar generated lights. Why shouldn't we be using that instead of burning diesel, which we are also paying for? And which very much might be against DEP regulations.
So I don't know. I haven't seen the solar light at the Whole Foods. It's similar to what we have there. It's like a small stand, or is it tall lights? We'll look into that and look into the cost.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't like the diesel either. I went to a meeting there. Yeah, I don't like it. And if we can find something more affordable and better for the environment, we'll obviously do that. So we'll come back with a price. Give us a couple days. So
yeah, the bottom line is that we don't have electrical wiring to get the power out there
Right.
to the parking lot so that we can.
we're gonna have to have something, but if there's something that's cheaper, better for the environment, then we obviously would rather go that route.
Right, but I did hear our BA say tonight that the lights were broken. So I think that what he's saying is that there was illumination in the parking lot prior to purchasing this building or, being given the free library. Because I find it hard to believe that U.S. government employees and other tenants were working at that building at night and not having illumination. So if it's a matter that there are some broken lights, let's fix the broken lights. And if we need to, let's use solar power.
So I don't know. I don't know if you want to have our engineer come up, Council President, just to speak briefly. No, okay. Yeah, I believe, there are light towers there. I don't know exactly how many. It may not even be sufficient if they were even working to properly light the place, but I know that to fix it is going to require running conduit, is that a real term? Electrical underneath the ground, and I think that's why it sort of was packaged into the resurfacing and all the other improvements to do the project. Moving back to the grant, I don't know exactly when the township made application for the state library grant for the construction, but I guess, at the time it wasn't part of the scope. It wasn't awarded in the project. So that's why they're looking to do these other capital projects and phasing in the improvements to the property. I'll just let the BA know, because I know you stepped out. And I said, we will speak to the director and see if there is a more environmentally friendly, cost-effective lighting system. We can find out what they're using at Whole Foods. There's a solar system, and just get back to the council with some ideas and some projections.
So
Sure.
just moving on from that issue. The next bill issue was 188914. I was surprised to see that we are paying $880 to clean the dog park from our landscaper when the dog park has no trees. And I was told that I'm really not clear on what the answer is, because I was told it was not part of the bid and that we have to take care of the property. So, and that this is just taking care of the property around it. So I'd really like to get a sense on how large is the property around the dog park that our landscaper is charging us for? Because that seems like a lot of money, $880 for, seems like a small tract of land. So can you look into how large that area is?
I know that both parks, between the large dog and the small park, is 2 acres. That's what I was told when we obtained it. And then the parking area itself, I don't know what the measurement, but I would say the whole area is in or around 3 acres total, but I'll have to confirm that.
So this is an area that has no trees on it. So even if it's 3 acres, it does seem like a lot of money for an area that has no trees.
The park has an impervious cover in there to help with the with the fecal matter and the urine from the animals. And as to why there's no trees, I'll talk to the director, and I could talk to the forest to see what we could do to possibly put some in there. But that park wasn't built by us. That park was designed and approved through the project for Stone Hill, and then it was awarded to us, and we accepted it as a governing body. I forget when it was. I don't know if it was this council or the previous council, but it was accepted, and we did take control of that property.
So I would just like to review that bill. If you could find out more information about what exactly they're doing for $880 a month on that property. I wasn't really suggesting putting more trees there. I was just questioning why we are paying for a service for a piece of property that was deeded to us, that frankly maybe should be deeded back to the complex, because this is now costing us money to maintain.
Councilwoman.
So when we took, when the executive drive transaction went into place, it was my understanding that the fees to get the yearly fee of $10 for West Orange residents and $20 for out-of-town residents, those fees would go directly to help the cost for maintaining the park. So that's something that maybe Mr. Fonzino can answer. number one, to see how we're doing with those fees, make sure that, people are utilizing it properly. But and probably not so much this summer, because when the park did open, there were conversations back then, and this is, I'm gonna ask Mr. Smeraldo to look into, that there was supposed to be some more coverage in the area because it's very hot up there in the summer. And so there were supposed to be some trees put in, or whatever those canvases are that creates shade over the artificial turf. But yeah, and then who is responsible? So is the landscaper, my question is, responsible? Are they hosing off this area? Like, are they cleaning? Like, I don't know exactly how it gets cleaned, but that's my question, if they're hosing it off.
I'm gonna
is
see if
that-
I can get Director Fonzino.
Yeah, that's part of the cleaning.
So I did,
procedure. No, that's okay.
okay, I did look into the fees that we're collecting from the dog park. It doesn't even cover,
Yeah.
it doesn't even cover this at all. And this is a monthly charge. I just wanted this to be looked into. It seems to me like we're bearing a lot of expense for something that was deeded to us for free. And this was sort of the discussion that we had last time with nothing free is really free if it comes with a
And
price.
you're
How
correct.
about the freaking
Yeah.
office building?
Yeah.
Just heard from Mr. Smeraldo, got another $5 million to. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, because it is frustrating, because I think some of the costs could have picked up, we should have been more aggressive. And I wasn't part of the talks, the council wasn't privy to that, that was administration, but, we could have been more aggressive in going for the grant, especially back then. Again, it's hard when we make decisions when we approve items, but back in 2018, costs were a lot lower. And it would have been great if some other things were included in that library funding bond, because the state was picking up 40 cents on the dollar. But it was always stated and noted that the 1.4 million received each year for our tenant is to absorb some of the costs. So I know where you're frustrated in some areas, we always have to mention the rent. That's why I was a very big, strong proponent for not keeping that other space as a township occupied space on the lower level of the library, because we could get additional revenue for all these additional costs that popped up since we originally obtained the property. So that's why I always keep supporting that that stays a rental property for us, so we could cover all these extra costs that we weren't anticipating. Thank you.
Mr. Smeraldo, and then I'd like to just move on and.
I have
vote on
Director
the bill.
Fonzino on the line, so he can answer. So if he can join and answer some of your questions, I have him here, so.
Do we need to answer those questions tonight?
No, we don't. I just would like you I'd like to request that bill be examined, because that seems like a very high bill for.
We're pulling it. I was
For-
about to say, we're gonna pull PO 188914, D'Onofrio and Sons.
Thank you.
There's a miscalculation and we're pulling it.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. What's the miscalculation?
Number of hours being charged. I
Okay.
just looked at it and it's wrong.
Okay, good. Hope we save some money. The final one that I just have a question about, I've asked this several times. I'm sorry that I'm not understanding it. It's for 184895 Realty Pro Group. The invoice that we received, two invoices for 9/24 and 10/24 for management services for 10 Rooney. Is this a typo that it's 9/24 and 10/24, or are we still paying this management company for bills for managing 10 Rooney, which we now own?
Well, we do have
Last-
a management firm.
Yeah.
Are
But
we,
We've switched management firms. We discussed that during the budget work. I apologize. I shouldn't have interrupted. I
That's
just wanted to
okay.
clarify.
that's okay. So are we paying a management firm $8,000 a month for managing 10 Rooney?
This was an old agreement. These are old bills. We no longer utilize Realty Pro. But we had old unpaid bills, and this is making good on those unpaid bills.
Is this the last of
Yes.
those unpaid bills?
This is it. Yeah.
And what service did they provide? What kind of maintenance did they provide?
I mean, it predates me, but they were the management company for 10 Rooney. They coordinated anything that broke, the vendors to fix the things that broke. They managed the whole electricity allocations and all that.
And do we have a management company now?
No,
Okay.
it's our, no, it's our
No, it's our-
own people.
It's under Director Reynolds now. We recognize that this group, we inherited them with the building. And when we started realizing that with the library coming in, we looked into it and we wound up severing our agreement with them. It was a month-to-month agreement, and we realized it. So now we have our staff goes up there and with the assistance on occasion from some of the library staff to help us out. That's nominal that they help us out, but on occasion they help us out. But our staff for the most part. Plus, we also hired the maintenance company to service all the buildings as far as janitorial services and things of that nature.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you don't have to pull that bill.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm done with the bills.
Okay. There's not any more discussion. We can do the voting on the two separate bills. We can do the ones that are pulled, see if we approve, and then approve the rest of the bills so that there's no dispute with.
Okay.
Please.
We've pulled 4 bills.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we got 2 bills on the HERC, so it's actually 5 bills, but 4 vendors. Is that what you mean?
No, we pulled one on a car collision, which I was told that it was taken from the wrong PO.
Oh, so that's being
1-8,
quoted. So,
yeah,
so
1-8.
that's not on the list now, right?
I don't know how to deal with that because the administration has told us that they are dealing with that. So is that something that we need to pull?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So then we are,
No.
we're pulling 3 bills, which is the 2 for the HERC rentals and the 1 for the D'Onofrio.
okay.
So what about the Dr. Kelly bill?
Oh, I'm sorry. And I think that's
We
they're
already
they're-
pulled that
they're
one.
pulling
Pulled that,
that.
right?
Okay, so that's full too. Okay.
Yeah, that was pulled.
So
First.
it's basically 1884156, 188,525, and 188,914.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to try to get consent on all 3, just to save time?
Yeah, is there consent?
Consent.
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 Thank you. Okay, are any resolutions being pulled?
Before we do that, you need
Yeah.
to approve all the other bills.
Yeah. Is there consent on the other bills?
Consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you. Okay. So now, is there any resolutions being pulled?
Yes.
Council President,
Yes, Mr.
I
Staniak.
do want to point out in the agenda, which I have a million things open. Let me go to the agenda.
Could you just speak up a little bit, Mr.
yes.
Staniak? It's hard for me to hear.
I do want to
you.
point out that we have a resolution on that amends a fee resolution. That fee resolution is sort of tied into resolutions
Yes.
appointing professional service contracts. I would recommend that you vote on the resolution that amends the fees first before you vote on the 2 contracts. And again, this has to do with the land use, the escrow fees. So that would be my recommendation, that resolution, because if you vote to, in the negative, for that resolution, then you really can't vote for the resolution for Warner. Because the professional service rate in that resolution is tied to the fee resolution, if that makes sense.
Okay. Does everybody understand what he
Yes.
said?
But I have a question. on
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
So do you want us to pull 189 now and vote before we So we have to pull it, so we could
It
vote
will-
on it separately.
It will be pulled and then we'll vote on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just, again, I wouldn't put it on consent. I would vote on it individually before you vote on the other professionals. I discussed this with Ms. Carnival this morning. And she was gonna make a statement to that effect, but, you know,
Okay.
does it make sense what I'm
Yes.
saying? Yeah, because again, like, the fee is
Contingent.
referenced in the resolution appointing the professional. So if you don't pass the resolution changing the fee, that resolution really doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's fine. But before we vote on it, I don't know if you want to do this, vote on it now. I'd like to read portions of the cover letter from our town attorney that came with this resolution, because I find him abhorrent and abominable and unprofessional. So I just want everybody to know here a little bit more about why the council and the administration is having a litigation that has now gone on for 2 years, more than 2 years, because the mayor sued the council. And a large portion of that was because of the previous council, not this council. Previous council was objecting to the continued employment of Mr. Trank as town attorney and his law firm. And what we have tonight is a letter from Mr. Trank to introduce this resolution that we are talking about now. And here's what he says. And I'm just going to read you excerpts. Despite the administration's efforts to present these professional service contracts in a timely manner, and despite the fact that no member of the Township Council has ever provided a substantive reason to disapprove or delay the approval, these contracts remain extant. As you are aware, these professionals are statutorily required by the MLUL. The only feedback I got after the July 21st, 2025 council meeting, we've tabled these contracts for the planning board and the zoning board twice, and we may do it again tonight. The only feedback, this is Mr. Trank, the only feedback I got after the July 21st, 2025 council meeting was that there was a discrepancy in the resolution as to the hourly rate. As you are aware, that discrepancy could have been easily remedied by adopting the resolutions and directing that the revisions be made. Instead, in a further delaying effort, the council tabled both resolutions. That is patently untrue. We have had nothing but problems with these contracts since they were first presented, and we were pretty much led in this process by Councilwoman Rudin. First, the two contracts and maybe you want to talk about this as opposed to me, were supposed to be under our ordinance. They're supposed to be both identical. They were not. Then, when the contracts came up again, the attorney for the planning board was allowing the chair of the planning board to not allow Councilwoman Scarpa, who is the council's appointed member of the planning board, to speak from Zoom. So she couldn't comment, she couldn't ask questions, she couldn't do anything until I think I was the one that raised the issue that maybe we shouldn't approve her contract if she won't even allow a duly appointed member of the planning board to actually participate. And boom, it got changed. Now we've got another issue coming here, and we've aired them out, these issues, at the council meeting. So for him to say that, it's just not true. Here's what he also says. If these contracts, he says they, but he means these contracts, are not approved, the mayor reserves the right to commence an appropriate litigation to resolve these matters once and for all. The failure to allow the autonomous land use boards to do their statutory responsibilities is solely being stymied by the council's machinations. Does anybody who's listening to this meeting think that that's the way the town attorney should be speaking to the township council? It should not. And I hope the administration takes that into account. Anyway, now we needed to pull this and vote on it. And So it's been pulled, right? Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve it.
Do I hear a second? I will second the motion. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make mention so folks at home understand the resolution states the attorneys will receive $195 an hour. And that wasn't the issue. The issue was that our original resolution of fees that were passed a year or so ago did not match up to this amount. And so it was important that, you know, we get in line to matching up. And it's just a shame that communication has been broken down. And I really encourage the administration to, you know, let's finalize this case and move forward, because there's a lot of healing that needs to be done, and we can't continue in this manner. We have too many outstanding items that the council has to deal with, and council needs to work together with administration, and there has to be more respect. So I appreciate if the administration could take that into account, but I'll be a yes.
Very well said. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman.
I have concerns with the invoices that have been issued up until this date that do not align with our existing escrow ordinance. Our existing escrow ordinance states that all professionals should be paid $150 an hour, and these land use attorneys have been billing at $195 an hour. This affects our applicants. They have been overbilled. I have raised this issue to you, Mr. Detiniak, and I have raised this also to you, Mr. Smeraldo, and I would like the administration to review all prior ordinances to all applicants vis-a-vis our existing, pre-existing escrow rate and what was billed, and to present a report to the council so that this can be corrected. What I was told by the township attorney is that this is just historical stuff, and let's just let this go. I don't think that for the applicants who have been overcharged, it's just historical stuff that needs to be let go, and this needs to be corrected. I realize that some of the applicants are very large developers, and some of them are residents. But this has been something that has not been aligned with our ordinance, and I'd like to request that a report be given to us on how this will be rectified and what the situation has been at the next council meeting.
Sound like a plan? It looks like there's two different pieces of this. One is to do a rationalization of the charges that have been done at a rate that was not approved. And then the second one is we need to change the ordinance.
Yeah.
If we're passing a resolution talking about $195 an hour for escrow work, we need to change the ordinance.
Right,
Am I
but
right?
That is correct, but up until this date, from the point at which our escrow was set, which was in August of 2023, it was set, our escrow rate for other professionals was set at $150. From that point on, our escrow rate has been ignored by these two professionals.
So, Council President, I'm not going to discuss openly about this part. We'll look into that. But regarding the ordinance, that's not accurate, because we changed the ordinance back in 2023 to reflect that anytime we want to change any fee, we do it by do a resolution. So we don't have to address the ordinance.
Okay.
All right. So
This
we,
is-
My
this is
mistake.
the draft.
yes,
Hold
but
on just a second. Let me
so the
finish.
resolutions are, so whether it be for this particular thing or the dog license or, you know, whatever else we want to charge for, we can come to you with a reso and say, we want to change in chapter 10 X. And then you would agree or disagree with that.
Okay. Mr. Smeraldo, in August of 2023, was there a resolution that set the fee at $150 for escrow for other professionals.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So did I say ordinance? Because I meant.
No, you said
No,
resolution.
no,
Yeah.
the council president said something about address, what he said was, he said we should change the ordinance, and I just wanted to clarify that part of it.
Right.
We're not talking about no, you're correct, there was a reso passed in August of 23, and I believe it was for $150, and now this particular reso, in what we were just speaking about, is going to change the fee from 150 to 195 to reflect. That's the purpose of this reso tonight. So it
Correct.
reflects that way so that it is in line with what the escrow is going to be established at. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
And will this administration prepare a report so that we can see what has been done since August 2023 to applications? And will there be an effort to correct this?
I would just recommend in terms of correcting it, that we not discuss that in terms of potential liability or potential litigation or anything like that. I think it's understood that the task being given to the administration, but let's not get into detail any further on that.
Okay, as long as we can get that.
As long as we can get that
Yeah.
information, I'd appreciate it.
But at hand tonight, Council President, is we're looking to address this change so that it reflects everything that we do currently.
Yes.
And whether you want to approve those other resolutions for the two individuals.
Yes, and I thank you for correcting me. I misunderstood and I spoke incorrectly, so I appreciate you clarifying and correcting me. So
Yeah,
I think
the intent back then was to hopefully to try to make our jobs easier so
Yes.
we don't have these
and cheaper,
and cheaper. Yeah.
because we don't have to put out ordinances and pay for advertising. I understand. Okay. So what we have is we have a motion on the floor. And is there any other discussion? All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great. Okay. It's only 9:19 on my computers. We finally gotten through our first resolution, so I'm getting excited here. Okay, so before we got a little detoured here, we were asking if any of the proposed resolutions were going to be pulled. Am I coming back to that? Okay, Councilman Castellino.
Yeah, I want to pull A 152-25. And I'd like to pull, where was the other one I had?
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Tell
184 I have questions on.
I'm sorry,
So I mean, I'll pull it for discussion, 184,
84,
the Rock Spring one,
nothing else.
and I'm good.
Okay,
Thought if there was one other, but I didn't see.
so you may or may not be good.
I'm good for now. Someone
Oh,
else
okay,
can go.
okay. Councilman Rudin?
I would like to pull 185-25
185.
on specialized equipment for leaf and snow collection. And I would
Oh.
like to pull 190 on an agreement with Matrix and 191 on an agreement with CME. I'd also like to make a suggestion to Council President that for the ordinances that we just pulled relating to our engineering department, that's
You mean resolutions?
for the
Okay.
for the resolutions that we pulled related to the engineering department, that we give courtesy to our director who's here tonight to do those first
And
so
these-
that she can go home.
That's a good idea. 190, 191?
Yeah,
Is that what we're talking about?
she is dealing with one of the resolutions that Council Castellino pulled, which you pulled
Yeah,
184.
Rock Spring, yeah.
And so 184, 190, and 191.
Councilwoman, you also said 185. Did you want to pull 185?
Leaf and snow collection.
Yes, we do want to pull it.
Oh, no, you meant to talk with
Yes,
the
but that is not,
with
that was not
the engineer.
the
Sorry.
engineering
Yeah.
director's purview.
Sorry.
It's DPW.
Okay, Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have anything to pull or question?
No, they got all the ones that I was interested in. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, so Council President, so we think for the interest of time, the administration is okay with just tabling 152, and we could discuss that. We could have other conversations offline because it'd probably be lengthy. We don't probably have all the information that you're gonna ask or request. So I
Yes.
would suggest that we have that conversation offline, and we'll get you that information for next meeting.
okay, because that's the issue I wanted to raise, because this property owner has been trying to get his project
Yeah.
moving at 80 Main. The project at 80 Main, which is just basically across the street. It's known to us old timers as the Drill Building. He wants to make some changes. As far as I can tell, he doesn't want to make any variances in the project, but he wants to use our ordinance that makes the entire town under the state law as an area in need of rehabilitation. So you guys may remember back at the end of 2021, the previous council approved this. So now anybody who wants to try to operate under the state law for rehabilitation of properties can do this. And I don't even know whether we've even done this before. Does anybody know if we ever cited this area in need of rehabilitation in a project? Anyway, I digress. He's just been trying to do this for fairly close to a year. And we got it on the agenda finally, and now it looks like, I just want to ask one question.
Yeah.
And then we can move forward on it. The question is,
I have some comments.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have something to say?
Yes, after you're finished, I do want to comment on this.
Oh, okay. I think the resolution needs to be amended, but I'm not sure that we can amend it at tonight's meeting. If your offer is, we need to get the resolution right and fixed, and we'll bring it back at the next meeting, I guess that's okay. God bless you. But if it's something that we can amend tonight, then maybe we should do that and move it forward. So that was my only question. And I don't know whether Mr. Burke is the right person, but anyway, Mr. Smeraldo, you had your hand up.
No, I was had my hand up, but I'm sorry. Just
You're practicing.
That's my ethnicity.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, let me just, Mr. Burke, is that possible to amend a resolution and still vote on it tonight?
I should be, but I wouldn't really be able to give you guidance on, depending on what you're trying to amend, on whether it's appropriate or there's gonna be another issue with it.
Okay.
But yeah, it just generally, you could amend a resolution.
Okay. So Councilwoman Scarpa asked to speak after I spoke. So Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I just want to say I have some real problems with this. I mean, I ran for this seat based upon my concern that too often redevelopment rewards developers at the expense of the taxpayers. I think it's a very bad precedent to allow redevelopers to usurp the zoning board. And I think and evade, some of the issues that are very important for them to look at. We have a great zoning board now that is very thorough and very professional. I have full confidence in the process. And if, in the old days when we had a town planner in-house, a developer could go to her and discuss, the kind of needs they had, and things could really be worked out in a more appropriate way. And I want to go on record as having said that I have a real concern about this. Thank you.
Yes, and you and I have had multiple discussions on this. I just want to make clear to everyone, your concerns are totally valid, and I don't want to argue with them, but I do want to say this. As I mentioned, the property owner has been looking to do his work for a long time to move it ahead. going this route, using the whole purpose of the area in need of rehabilitation is to shorten the time period of development and to reduce the cost to the proposed developer. So it's going to save the developer time and money. If it goes as planned, it will be good news to residents with more retail and restaurant options and will add to the value of the property and thus increase commercial property tax revenues to the township. And that would reduce the burden on residential property owners. On top of that, and it can't be said enough, council has complete authority over every word in the redevelopment plan that the planning board develops under state law. If we don't like a period, we can throw the whole plan out. If we don't like a word, if we tell the planning board we want to change something, they have to change it. The council has total authority over this. And that's why I really hesitate to table this until the next council meeting, because I really think this needs to move forward, because I think it's a real positive for the township. There's no payment in lieu of taxes. There's no tax abatement. There's no loans that are allowed under the law. There's not going to be any loans. And I just want to move it forward, and hopefully we can, those of us who think this should move forward can continue to discuss with Councilwoman Scarpa. Councilwoman Scarpa has her hand up.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'd like to respond. I'd
okay,
like to respond.
could we just a second,
Sure,
Councilwoman
go ahead.
Scarpa? Just a second. Councilwoman Castellino had her hand up before you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No
And then
problem.
we'll come back to you, and then we'll get
Mhm.
Councilwoman Rudin.
So, and I apologize, Mr. Smeraldo. I mean, the reason why I pulled this was because I did want to discuss why I was pulling it. So this is a downtown property. I'm not going to restate all the reasons my colleague gave. But this property owner, he has a plan out there to keep it commercial, the building, and not ask for a pilot, which is always a plus for us. And to really turn redevelop a nice property, a property that could really develop into something really nice. It was urban renewal back in the 70s, so this was always a redevelopment project. But the problem I have this evening is, and I actually wanted to get this on the agenda, but the reason why I'm pulling it and why I want to tell administration, twice in the resolution says reviewing a package of materials appended hereto from the property's ownership concerning the property and potential permitted uses, rules, and standards that would be set forth in a redevelopment plan. There was supposed to be attachment with this for my colleagues.
Plural.
And yeah, attachments. And again, like this is all we had received. So I feel really bad about having to pull this, but without having the backup documentation, I can't blame them for not wanting to support it. So if we could pull it, it is pulled by administration. I don't know who pulls first wins, but we do need
Rock, scissors, paper.
yeah. We do need the backup information, so an educated decision can be made. Because again, I'm learning with some of these transactions, you see something one day and a month later, things change. And so we need to know exactly what we're looking at the night that we vote. Thank you.
Councilwoman Scarpa, and then Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. I had the same concerns about not understanding exactly what kind of variances or what kind of accommodations this developer is going to need. It's too often when we bypass zoning, as we've seen here tonight, talking about many development projects, that public safety is forfeited. This is a major intersection, and this is a major commercial building. It's a parking lot where ingress and egress could be problematic, sidewalks. There's a number of things as I look at that site that do need to be seriously looked at, given the large volume of traffic that will go through there with this development. And I really feel strongly that the zoning board is more than capable, is doing a fabulous job and could help shed light on this and expedite the project if necessary. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rudy.
Thank you to my colleagues who've spoken about this. I agree. I mean, we should never get a resolution without the backup materials. That's not fair to us. That's not fair to the public. And we can't possibly vote on anything that doesn't have all of the information provided to us. I'd like to echo Councilperson Scarpa's opinion about where this resolution should land. We are always looking for smart development. From what I've heard about this project, it sounds like smart development, but I am not a zoning expert and I have no expertise in terms of what is an appropriate variance to grant or not grant, nor do we have the professionals up here to question the applicant on whether or not this is safe for our community. So an application like this, even a good application like this, very much appears like spot zoning. And I'm against that. I think that when a plan comes to our town and it is requesting variances, then the applicant needs to go to the appropriate land use board, whatever that is. This application is also requesting that the property owner pay $15,000 for a study to see whether it is appropriate for a redevelopment plan. That also doesn't quite seem kosher to me, that the applicant is paying for this plan. If the applicant is paying for this, then let him use the same money to go before whatever the appropriate land use board is and have the professionals there make an accurate assessment. So I would ask that this not be brought back and that this be sent immediately to the appropriate land use board.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So just one last point. When this first started, well, I thought we were going to have our redevelopment attorney on board. So that's one of the questions. I'll talk about that with administration. Obviously, I don't understand why. I know it has to go to the planning board, but where are they sending it? Like, is it going to the planning consultant? Usually the redevelopment plans would go through our redevelopment attorney, Mr. Beckelman, but that hasn't been finalized. And so that's where I'm a little concerned, because I hear my colleagues with your argument, and hopefully after you see the attachments, or maybe, you may change your mind, but if not, that's fine too. But I feel more comfortable if the redevelopment attorney would be involved in the process of the redevelopment plan. And I don't know what access do we have to someone right now.
Are you asking a question?
I'm asking administration.
okay.
I'm not sure they can answer it, but
So the council did not appoint a redevelopment attorney earlier this year, so we don't have one right
we
now.
also did we also didn't appoint the planner, but they seem to be working nonstop. So I don't understand, if we're under the threshold, why a redevelopment attorney couldn't be, utilized for this transaction. It would be way under the threshold. And obviously he's paying $15,000 according to this. So again, I don't expect answers tonight, but I mean, if we want to get something done, we could obviously get something done.
Well, the firm that we appointed for the bond attorney is the same firm for the redevelopment. So I think that's why they've shied away from doing any redevelopment work, because it goes over the threshold just with the bond work. So that's what, Mr. Beckelman is.
But there's other redevelopment attorneys out there in New Jersey.
Oh, yes, there is.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. So I like to figure out a way we could help this investor. He's been way too patient waiting. And I would like to do it with everybody on board and feeling comfortable. And we looked at this in other ways, and I'm gonna give kudos where kudos are deserved. And Mr. Trankow looked at this early on, and he was trying to steer away the developer from doing a redevelopment plan. So I don't want anybody to think that this was his idea. This is the developer himself wanted to go this route. So I have to, state the facts where they are correct. But again, we needed that package. I had asked the clerk this afternoon, and I guess we didn't have one.
Which is the reason why
Yeah, you
we
told me
suggested
that,
we
yeah.
can pull it so that we can provide you the information that you're
Yeah.
requesting.
Right. And I just want to follow up on what Councilwoman Rudin said, because I think it's important to clarify. And the reason I know, at least that I believe I need to try to clarify, is that I had the same problem that she did when she originally started looking at this. And the problem is that there isn't a separate rehabilitation law, just like there's a redevelopment law. The two are combined, and rehabilitation is sort of tacked on to the redevelopment law. And it's important to understand the difference between a study and a plan. So in redevelopment, you have a study that says, yes, this qualifies as an area in need of redevelopment. And then you have the plan. All right. The exact same thing happens with rehabilitation. You have to do a study that says this property is allowable to become an area in need of rehabilitation. But we already did that years ago. We've already determined that the entire municipality, through a study, and you can go back and find it because that's what I had to do.
Yeah.
The study said the entire town can be an area in need of rehabilitation, and it's being done all over the state. So the next step, after you do the study and determine that it qualifies, is you then do a plan. If you look at the resolution that we're looking at, it says, pursuant to NJSA 40A:12A-7, parens F, the township hereby desires to direct the Township of West Orange Planning Board to prepare a redevelopment plan. We would be moving this to the planning board to develop a plan, not a study. Because we've already determined through the study that it qualifies for rehabilitation. But the confusing part is there's not a separate law on rehabilitation. It just drops in a few words and a few sentences and a few clauses into the redevelopment law. So it's not clear. And that's why my first question was, have we ever done this before in West Orange? So that we know what process works and what doesn't. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that the planning board is being asked to prepare a plan. And they have 45 days to do it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the planning and zoning boards have their own planning consultants?
No, that's the one we didn't approve.
That's the one we didn't approve.
Yeah.
So the boards are operating without any planning consultant?
They are hiring.
Yeah, they're on standard
Consultant.
threshold.
They're
Oh,
hiring their own consultants who we did not approve for a contract.
okay. So I just want to make that clear and that we're not asking for an area in need of rehabilitation study to determine if it qualifies. We've already done that. The entire town qualifies for rehabilitation, and that's what this property owner is trying to do. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is, that's another level of cost, hiring a redevelopment attorney on top of all this. And also, I think our township needs to look at whole, revisit this project as a whole, and think about whether we really want our township to be an area in need of rehabilitation. I mean, maybe we want to change that ordinance. I'm not so sure that's the best thing for our township, and it's something I'd like to see us look at in a very serious way. Thank you.
All right. So have we drained this subject for tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So the administration has said they would like to pull this resolution.
Yes.
Table it for
we don't even have to say yes or no. You've pulled it. So
Okay.
now we can move on.
Do the directors.
Okay, I also wanted to pull, just so we get it straight, 172-25. This is the appointment or the contract for the planning board attorney. 182-25, resolution authorizing the issuance of a duplicate tax sale certificate pursuant to state law. I think that resolution is faulty. It says a month period is a date, and I don't think that's accurate. We have also 183-25 is the emergency procurement at Minish Park for a collapsed pipe. And we have 184-25 at Rock Spring, which I also think is a faulty resolution. And I just had a question about 190 and 191, but since somebody pulled it, we don't have to do that now.
We're gonna discuss it.
Okay. Did you pull it?
I did pull both
Okay,
of them.
okay. So those are those. Do we want to go over those numbers again?
So, aside from 152.25 that just was tabled, I have 172.25, 182.25, 183.25, 184.25, 185.25, 189.25, 190.25, and 191.25.
Okay, so we're not pulling 189. We've already voted
Yeah.
to approve that.
Okay,
So we don't have to do that.
my mistake.
Nope,
voted
you're just testing us. Okay,
Did you say 190?
Yes,
And
and
191.
191.
okay. So let's get our town engineer, Ms. Carvalho, up here and put her on the hot seat, please, and let's,
Get her home.
yes. So I think the next one, I don't want to do your job. I think the next one is it 184?
For
Yes.
her, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, 183 for her.
Oh, 183 too? Oh, I didn't have that.
Oh, I didn't do it. I thought you said 183.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah. Minish Park is.
Diminish part.
I didn't have anything for Minish. 184 was pulled, right?
Yes.
Okay, I misspoke on 183 Minish Park because I don't have any question about it. It appears all was done by the book. I just want to reemphasize yet again that even though the state emergency procurement law does not require any notification of the governing body, in New Jersey, the governing body is responsible for just about every financial and monetary activity that the township does. And I would like to, as the governing body, that we get a notice on this memo. The state law requires an actual memo that details what the problem is, how it's going to be fixed, and all this other stuff. Just to put us on the distribution list so that the town council knows in the last month, we've had over $500,000 in just 2 emergency procurements because, as you'll hear much more eloquently from our town engineer, we have very aged infrastructure and it fails a lot. And we're actually talking about how we can fix that. But we're expending all of this money and the town council doesn't even know that we're spending this money until it comes up on an agenda. So I just want to emphasize, I don't want to pull 183-25. So I misspoke and it'll save us time. But I just want to emphasize again that just stick council@westorange.org on the original memo. And so then we'll know what's going on. That's all. So we're not doing 183. So now we can move on to 184. And I think I didn't pull that.
Michelle Polter
Yes.
would like her to start with that discussion.
Right, but she ran away.
She'll be back.
Oh, okay.
So,
So I have,
go ahead,
no, you were talking. I interrupted you.
Ben.
I was just gonna say, I did have some questions about Rock Spring. And it doesn't really have to do, I think, with you, Ms. Carballo, because I think the resolution as written is faulty. And it says, in the resolution, whereas the work will consist of Matrix conducting investigation for 2 areas of concern, AOCs, as outlined in the PAR, I don't think it actually conveys the information in the Matrix proposal, because it's not 2 areas of concern. It's 1 area of concern, which is AOC-2. The other activity is to provide a report. So I'm not sure if the resolution is accurate, whether we're actually legally moving ahead on this. It's Matrix appears to me, simple reading of the resolution, it proposes 2 tasks for AOC-2, not work for the 2 listed AOCs. The other AOC, it says right there in the resolution, has already been taken care of. So my question is, can we have a valid activity or valid contract if it's not accurate?
It is for 2 areas of concern. If you look at page 1 of their proposal, which is what I requested, is AOC-2, which is the former underground storage tank, the UST. And then there is also AOC-11, the historic fill. So task 1, which is the phase 2 site investigation activities, is basically for those 2 areas of concern, number 2 and number 11.
Okay, let me pull up.
I would say is the 3rd paragraph with the 2 bullet points.
On 184? Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Matrix proposal to you. And it says in February 2019, there were 2 areas of concern that were identified throughout the site. And those were the further recommended for investigation. One was AOC-2, the underground tanks, and the other one was the historic fill material. The next paragraph says, in December 2024, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection approved Green Acres grant funding. Oh, wait, don't need to talk about this. Blah, blah, blah. Additional information was provided to Green Acres grant program with regards to AOC-2 as the former USTs were closed out with the NJDEP, and a groundwater remedial action permit has been approved by the NJDEP for the benzene groundwater impacts associated with the former USTs. So that paragraph says closed out. What does closed out mean to an engineer?
The issue that we have with those 2 areas of concern is that based on the previous preliminary assessment report that was done in 2019, Matrix basically recommended the township to do biennial, I would say, investigation for the UST underground storage tanks, and also to basically further do investigation for the historic fill material, because there was actually unknown what the historic fill was at the time of the report.
And none of that was done, correct?
No, none of that has been
Nothing was
done.
Okay, so when it says additional information was provided to Green Acres grant program with regards to AOC-2 as the former USTs were closed out with this permit approved by the NJDEP for the groundwater impacts. So what does closed out mean?
It basically means that if the, how would I say, that the case has been closed, that means that we have done so-called our due diligence, right? We will do the testing. Hopefully the results come back saying that we are below the threshold for contamination. The problem here is that in 2019, when they tested all of the wells, one well exceeded the limits from NJDEP, and that's actually on the report. For the underground storage tank. So the area that has the underground storage tank is actually the area where they have the maintenance garage. They actually had a 1,000 gallon tank, also a 550 gallon tank. They were both removed back in 1992. When this was done, they actually did the site investigation. There was actually enough further letter action for the remediation of the USTs. And then in 2013, there was also a groundwater remedial action permit that was issued to the site. At that time belonged to Montclair Golf Club. And they were evaluating the groundwater remediation. Now, in 2017, then they conducted more sampling. No different than what we're doing right now on DPW site. They put a well, it comes back good. A couple of years later, they put another well, they test it, and then guess what? The contamination has rebounded in the groundwater. So this is what happened back in 2017, and the wells were sampled again in July of 2019, and that's when they figured that, they recommended that, we continue to do our due diligence, but for some reason, nothing has been done.
Okay, so in the proposal, a little bit further down, it says it lists 2 tasks. The
Right.
first task is phase 2 site investigation activities.
Right.
There's absolutely no mention of the fill.
Because the site investigation activities will be basically like, if you look in here, the proposed work, okay, on that, further up on that page, I will say the second paragraph, it says the proposed work will be completed in accordance with the Site Remediation Reform Act, the administrative requirements for the remediation contaminated sites, technical requirements for site remediation, and the NJDEP historic fill material technical guidance document from April 2013. So just by them saying that they're going to follow the historic fill material guidance, that means that they're going to be taking care of the AOC 11 historic fill area of concern.
Okay, even though there's no reference to that in the task that they are proposing to do for us. They've got task 1, phase 2 site investigating activities. There's no discussion of the fill. And then task 2 is report preparation and project management, detailing the results of the work completed as part of task 1.
So task 1 is basically to do the investigation for both of them.
Okay, it just doesn't say that. That's what I was confused.
Well,
there's a
by them
mention-
saying that they're going to do the historic fill as per NJDP technical guidance, that means they're going to follow the investigation based on the guidance of the DP 2013 technical book.
Okay, so when it says closed out, it doesn't mean closed out. And it-
Unfortunately, closed out means, okay, for example, I'm going to give you DPW, okay? DPW has so many cases.
If you just tell me I'm wrong, it's fine. You don't have to explain.
You are wrong, but I'm trying to so that you understand. It doesn't mean that because they open up a case today, right? 2 years from now, they have been doing their biennial investigation. They test it and it comes back that is clean. They could close now, right? That means we're not exceeding at that location. But it has happened in DPW where they have closed the case, and then a year or 2 later, the LSRP comes back to me saying that the test results now show that we are exceeding and we have to go back and open another case because it's their due diligence to report to DEP, even though they're working for us.
Okay, and task 1 doesn't refer to the fill, doesn't refer to the fill AOC. It just does blah, blah, blah. And then this task 2 says, we're going to do a report on task 1.
Well,
So you're telling me that it's fine for you.
It is-
Let's stop me wasting time, okay?
it is basically their job is to do what we just finished or concluded doing at DPW, conduct a site investigation for one area, use the technical guidance for fill material, historic fill, and then for the other one, they're gonna have to do probably more monitoring wells and test it. Hopefully, the results come back in our favor. Hopefully.
Okay. I'm sorry to waste everybody's time.
You wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, I'm
on
sorry.
this?
Well,
Yeah.
I wanted, so I appreciate, because I had a long conversation with her today. And I thought it was important to pull it so she could explain it to each of you, so you understand that we have to get this done, whether we're happy about it or not. But, again, Ms. Carballa wasn't with us in 2019, so I appreciate her due diligence now for what she's working on. But yeah, it is frustrating that this, popped up. So, but I appreciate, we're gonna have to take care of it. Are we not gonna get the grant? It's plain and simple. It's not like we have any choices here.
It's not just that. I mean, we submitted this
Yeah.
PAR.
Yeah, once you
To
start.
Green Acres, and Green Acres is a division of NJDEP. At this point, it's under the radar.
Yeah.
We either do it or we decide to ignore it, and then I would just get a notice of violation in the mail.
It's on their radar, not
Yeah,
under.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, we're gonna have no choice but to do this.
I have another follow-up question. So with all these projects and the tracking of all of them,
Mhm.
how are you able to keep up with everything? Because I know, did you still don't have an assistant, and it's like, we look at all this. I also too, I don't want to go on our predecessor, but Mr. Lepore at the time was also in charge of the whole jitney program in town. So, and he was always spread way too thin, and this is unfortunately, one of those results of that. So how are you, I know you've been wonderful with so many things, but again, there's a lot of tracking that has to be done. And if it's not, we have issues.
Yes, it is. How do I keep tracking? Well, typically I try to meet with our LSRPs at least every couple of months, especially when they give me a proposal, or if there is anything that they give me asking basically for more money. I obviously sit down, read the proposals, look through the results, look at the reports, which take time to review. And I typically pick up the phone and I call them and I discuss with them. If I need further information from them or I need more clarity, I set up another meeting. And we try to keep track of by when do we need to submit the reports. So that's the reason why I keep bringing the proposals to you, because everything is basically in a deadline.
Mhm.
And if we miss it, we could ask for extensions, but there's only so many extensions that we can ask for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm good, Council President.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Obviously, this is not your fault. You inherited this problem, and we as a council now have to remediate this problem. But I do want to ask you some questions because we as a council did not get some information. I had requested the 6 reports that came along with this contract initially and was told that we don't have these reports.
I'll be
How is
honest,
that possible?
I don't have them. I haven't got my hands on them. That's the reason why I did not provide them to you or to the clerk for this matter. The one for 2019 and the 2017 PAR reports that were done, I guess, at the time when the township was looking into buying Montclair Golf Club, I actually provided them in my response, and I believe they were uploaded to the council's website or where we put the documents.
Mhm.
I did try to send it to you this afternoon, but it bounced back that it was too large for you to receive it, even though I did compress the files.
Thank you for trying. So,
They should be in the OneDrive, just so you,
so these documents are available?
The matrix
Yes.
2017 and the matrix 2019 reports are available. I do have
Okay.
those because as part of the Green Acres grant, NJDP requested a PAR. At that time, I didn't even know this PAR existed. I contacted both of our LSRPs and I received them. And when I did, I actually forwarded them over to DEP to see if they will accept them so that we wouldn't have to pay for it again.
Okay. So, this study that was done by Matrix that we didn't get to see, but which exists and we can now see it, was done in February of 2019.
It was done, the report is actually dated March 2019.
Was this report done after the property was purchased?
Before. I'll have to look into my records. and see
Before.
When the survey.
Okay,
was.
so-
Not sure when the township purchased the.
End of
property.
April.
Okay, so when this, so the proper, this report was done in March and the property was purchased in April. And would it be correct to say that we had the administration or the township had that document in hand before the purchase? It was done in March and the contract was signed in April. So I think we've established that. So what I wanted to point out to the public is that according to the contract between Montclair Golf Club and the township, it said that the buyer, which was us,
Yes,
the
the township.
township, hereby waives any right to object thereto or to cause seller to remediate or repair any conditions existing at or on the property, including but not limited to those conditions set forth and disclosed by environmental due diligence. So I would like to know from, I guess, the town, the administration, was the town council apprised at that time that there was a report by Matrix which clearly identified areas of AOC and also the presence of benzene on the property, which is a carcinogen?
First of all, I don't know how you can establish the director didn't say she had that from March to April. So that isn't established. We don't know. We don't know what was there because we were not involved with it. So we would have to look in to see what was provided, what wasn't. That's a legal question, and we have to go to the clerk to see if it's on file. I'm not prepared to answer that question. I don't think anybody else here is prepared to question. So we can't establish if that was here or not to make that part of the record. Once we find out the information, then perhaps we can establish that it was there, but none of us up here can provide that information for you at this time. So I you can ask us to get it. We can look for it. And if we have it, we'll provide it.
Okay, so I would like there to be a report back to us, the council, as to when the Matrix report that was apparently done and presented in March of 2019 was received by the administration and what the exact date of the contract is, because I have a contract of a certain date. I don't have a signed copy. So I'd like to know the timeline and I'd like it to be established for this council and that to be presented to us at the next meeting. The other question that I have is, I believe that councilperson Castellino mentioned that there was a meeting where you were advised that this was not a real concern. Is that correct?
You were discussing that was an executive session meeting, so.
Just so everybody understands, executive sessions
Okay,
are by law an exception to the Open Public Meetings Act. And you have to take notes and you have to publish the notes of the executive session, but you can't talk about them until the notes are published. And they're only published once the situation that allowed an executive session to take place is no longer for example, a danger to the town's legal strategy in the case of a litigation.
okay, so then I'd like to ask, are those executive session notes now published? This was a meeting that must have taken place in 2019.
So I just found it on my server, so I don't know.
Okay, no,
I
I'm
went
asking the
back,
administration.
but I just want to give you it was either March 18th or 19th of 2019. There were actually minutes of the executive session.
So can I,
That would be a question for the clerk.
Yeah.
And we'll ask the clerk.
okay, and I would like to know if there was legal representation at that 2019 meeting
Again, that goes back to the clerk. So
and who the legal representation was. So I just want to ask also, Ms. Carbello and the administration, Does this mean right now that the township is now on the hook for paying for this cleanup?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And-
well, hold on. One thing, it's an area of concern. We haven't done the work to say if there is a true environmental issue here. I don't want to put that out in the public that like there is this major issue that we have to clean up.
You're correct.
You're hiring, or we're hopefully hiring, an engineering firm to do this work. And then we would know.
Okay,
So
so
let's-
thank you for that correction.
So once they do this investigation, then we get a report.
And
Based
then-
on that report, hopefully the historic fill is nothing, because it doesn't mean that because it's historic fill is automatically contaminated. But
Okay, but whatever damage that they do find, we will be responsible for cleaning up. We have to, correct?
we will have to do our due diligence, which would means we will have to do the biennial testing, reporting.
Okay, so that brings me to my next question, which is that the reason we are focused on this right now is because we have purchased this property and we have also applied for Green Acres funding. Is that correct?
This is a requirement of the Green Acres
Right,
funding.
and we, to date, have we received any Green Acres money?
No, because as part of the letter that we received in December of 2024, they gave us basically a laundry list of items that we needed to do. Part of those items were the appraisal, which are under,
Excuse.
I believe it was already submitted to them. Also, the PAR, I submitted it to them when I was able to get a hold of this 2 reports so that we wouldn't have to pay for them and to see if they will accept them, because that was also up in the air. They came back and now they're asking for the site investigation of these 2 areas of concern out of the 14 in the report.
Okay, so will the study that shows whatever
Mhm.
be acceptable to the Green Acres so that we can then get the money released? Because it sounds like this is the last thing.
I cannot answer that question because truthfully, Green Acres is gonna take this site investigation report and is gonna give it to their site remediation group at DEP. They will do the review. Based on what the results of the site investigation are, either they're gonna tell us to do our due diligence and what we have to do in the future, or if there's nothing that we need to be concerned about, then we will continue with the process and we will submit hopefully the survey by the end of this month, which I reviewed last week. And then after that, hopefully will come to closing.
That would be great. So if this is a project that we do have to, you have to come back and ask us for more funding to clean up this project. Is this the kind of thing that takes years to, I mean, we don't know what it is, but is this something that you, in your experience, that could be done at one time in 1 year? Or do you think that this could possibly be a multi-year project, which would then further delay our Green Acres funding?
Until I see the report, I really can't answer that because they might find something that is maybe not really a health or concern. And they might just ask us maybe just to, do maybe some sort of further investigation every 2 years or every couple of years. So, you know what I mean? As part of
Absolutely.
our, how to say this, requirements. So meaning they might give us the money and then in 3 years or so, we will come back and we'll do our due diligence, which we're doing with all of the other properties and submit what
Okay.
we need to.
Right. Let's hope that's the case.
That's hopefully will be the best case scenario.
Okay. Is there some way that you can make the document that you're providing to me on Matrix available to the public? Maybe ask the clerk to put it in,
I have
in-
no issue with that. I can
in
definitely-
some way online so that
Yes.
residents who are focused on Rock Spring can also see it.
I will send it to the clerk.
Okay.
I usually send it to her this afternoon when I send it to you as well. And I will probably just speak to somebody who handles our website from the IT, and once it's uploaded.
Okay,
we'll let
thank you so much. So I just want to reiterate my request that we find out the timeline of when this report was done, when it was presented to the administration, when the executive meeting took place, and when the contract was signed. And thank you so much.
I have one more thought.
Councilwoman Scarpa is, been.
That's okay. Believe it or not, my question was answered. Thank you in the
Okay.
last couple
Councilwoman.
minutes.
So I didn't want to put panic out there within the public. So like these findings as well are safe as far as you like, because it's an outside, it's not on in a house, it's an outside area. So
One area of concern is beneath the parking lot. So I wouldn't really be worried about it. You will consider basically the pavement and the thickness of the
it's capped.
DGA as a cap.
Yeah.
Or as a,
Yeah,
separation.
I don't want to put panic out there. So thank you. I just
You're welcome.
wanted to clarify that. But in order to get the grant, the state wants everything,
I mean, they're doing their due diligence.
Yeah. That's all.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk.
So, 184.
184.
Is there consent or do we need a
Oh,
motion?
I guess we can do consent. We usually have a vote when we pull it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take a roll,
Okay.
please.
Make a motion to approve 184.
Isn't it already approved? Isn't the motion already approved?
I didn't catch that.
Oh, well,
I didn't hear
Where
any
did we
motion
make it?
for that. For what? For
Yeah,
184?
184.
I pulled it.
And
And then it's a second. I
we
think
didn't do a
it's-
consent for everything else, though.
No, because we're pulling right now.
Oh, okay.
so we need a motion for 184-25.
I make a motion to approve 184-25.
Second,
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay.
And next is, I believe 190 and 191.
So anything else for Ms. Carvalho?
Well, that would be 190 and 191, I think is the last for Ms. Carballo. Because we just did,
No, those are
They-
Jangaro.
No, 190.
I guess
Well,
because
not
they deal with engineering services, that might be the.
Oh,
Sir.
yes. Yeah, the CME questions.
yes.
These are the questions for the planning and zoning. That's what this was put up because of planning and zoning. They're the 190, 191.
No, this is the contracts for.
Yes,
Right, Dave?
Yeah.
for CME and Matrix.
Right.
Isn't that something that Ms.
Yeah, we
Carballo,
pulled- We pulled that. So that
Yes.
was Ms.
You pulled
Cabana.
it, yeah.
this is you? Can we have you back one more time, please?
Okay.
This is 190, 191. This is Matrix and CME, the contracts. I guess for this year.
Yes, so I pulled both of these contracts. They are contracts for professional services to outside engineering firms. And you may have responded, but some of this I only got at if you did respond, and I got the responses maybe by 4:30 or something today. So I apologize if I'm asking you again, but it's good for the public to see this too. So my question was, I really wanted to have a detailed breakdown, particularly with the contract that you've requested for CME, which has $350 million, of what projects are going on right now, what projects you anticipate going until the end of the year. And also, I do understand from some of your response that both of these contracts seem to include the fees or anticipated fees for projects as well as for other professionals that we're utilizing for our land use boards or for other projects. And personally, I think that these should be separated out so that we can approve based on the professionals and based on these two companies. Is that possible?
So that the council knows, I did not write these resolutions. Why they were written the way they were written, I don't know. What I could tell you is this. When I do or pick professional services, I always bring a resolution to the council for your approval for those professional services, and there is an agreement or contract that goes along with it. This is basically for the professional engineering services that being requested since the beginning of the year, if I'm not mistaken, from you, from the council, multiple times, for CME and Matrix New World, which are both the consulting board engineers for the land use boards. If I'm not mistaken either, a couple of council meetings ago, you requested a breakdown of all of the expenses for CME and Matrix. And I did provide that to you
Yes,
with
you did.
every single one of the PO numbers, the resolution numbers, the amounts, and which ones actually were sort of like close already and which ones we were still like, you know, working on. As of right now, I don't expect really much work being awarded in terms of professional services, since we still have to do a capital budget, and I need money in order for it to do that and to award do request of proposals for municipal services. Matrix, I believe their expenses have been a lot more this year, also not only because of the site remediation work and that they're also taking over the 25 Lakeside Avenue, so we only have one LSRP for the 55 and 25, but also because as of this year, they started being also part of the land use boards. They're doing the reviews.
Okay.
Okay.
So, your contracts, the ones that you write typically tell us what the projects are.
Yes.
And this does not have it.
Because this, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was written as a generic contract for both engineering firms to do professional engineering services for the Township of West Orange, whether it is for the planning department, the engineering department, or whoever needs their services.
I understand. What I had asked for since I started in January was for each of these companies to have a not to exceed for the entire year. What this is providing is a not to exceed from today's date until the end of the year. So it does not include how much we have already paid. So the not to exceed clause is not really exactly what I was asking for. I was asking for an entire year not to exceed. So, and I think that the projects that you are doing should be specified in here in each of these contracts, that this is what I potentially might be using them for. And there should be a bifurcation between the jobs that they're doing for remediation versus the jobs that they're doing to provide consulting work to the land use boards. I see a lot of billing to land use boards. And it's, you know, it's like it doesn't stop. So, and each of those professionals within the land use boards seem to have the freedom to ask for as much consulting as they want. And there is no not to exceed for that consulting.
On that respect, you got to understand one thing, and the municipal land use law basically sets the rules for this, escrow accounts.
Mhm.
So every time that a developer, it is to bring an application, whether it's in front of the planning or zoning, they gotta provide escrow for the consultants to do their review. When the consultants do their review, they submit a bill to the township in order for it to be paid. It's no different than when I have inspections escrows for also these companies for the various land use board applications. They set their fees and the developers are to pay it. Are they allowed to, how would I say this, question them? The answer is yes. But unfortunately, this is just the way it is.
So the fees that they are setting
Mhm.
in their package, we just accept their rate, or do they accept our rate in terms of what we have set as escrow rate for other professionals?
Typically, the rate is set, I would say, probably as a flat fee to begin with. Typically, it's like what, $3,000? Sometimes that's what you start off with, or 5,000, depending on the size of the application. And then from there, the applicant escrow starts to be drawn down based on the engineer's review, the planner's review, the attorney's reviews, and also, I would say, how many reviews are they and how many meetings? And then when the money starts to go down, the account's gotta be replenished.
So if most of that is coming out of escrow, why is the amount in here so high? Is this related to consulting work or actual projects, like the drilling projects that you've spoken to us about?
Like I said, and I will repeat it again, I did not write this
Okay.
resolution. That's the reason why my name is not after in parentheses. Every resolution that I do has my name. I'm the one who writes them. I'm the one who submits them.
Okay.
This is basically was to satisfy the request from the council in regards to the contracts for the professional engineering services as it was done on the previous years. And if you notice on the ones from the previous years, there was never a no to exceed, because it was basically for escrow accounts or
Okay.
professional services for the land use boards.
I understand. So I do appreciate that this contract has a not to exceed, but my confusion is that the not to exceed is only for like the next 4 months. And it doesn't clarify how much we have spent to date. So Mr. Detiniak, can you give us how much we have spent to date for Matrix and for CME?
I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay, so I would
I
like.
think it's on OneDrive. That's where I saw it.
Yeah, I'm in there, but it's all on different spreadsheets, because some of it is going towards
That's
consulting fees and some of it is going towards projects. So I would like to request that, if it's all right with you, that Ms. Corbella have more of a hand in writing this, because these are the people who work directly under her, and that the fees be broken down so that we are separating out the consulting fees versus the actual projects, and that we get a description of why is 350 million. Is that correct?
350, I think it was at least 350,000.
Oh, 350,000, sorry. Why is 350,000
We clarify.
being requested for CME from now until December 31st? So I'd like
Because
to
I
have more
believe that's the
details.
amount of money that we have paid them so far,
It's combined.
or the contracts that we have given them.
I think we.
So
need
you're
more
looking
information.
for January of 2025 to, let's say, up to date.
Right.
Correct?
What was their not to exceed? Yes, they're not to exceed. And how much have we paid them to date? And separate this out so that we be consulting fees versus projects.
Okay, so I do have another question for you.
Yes.
You do realize that, like, for example, and I know this because I'm the one who does the resolutions. This year, I really haven't awarded anything to CME on professional services.
Yes.
Everything that was awarded last year. So even though we are paying them this year, it was on last year's tab. So like, there isn't really much for me to report other than any site remediation work that I might or might not have awarded. And I believe I have maybe 1 or 2. And I'm going by memory here. So there isn't really much for me to write in there. Like I said, I provided a detailed breakdown of the contracts that we have with CME that are currently open,
Mhm.
as well as the resolution numbers, which I believe most of them were 2024, 2023, and the amounts.
So the the spreadsheets or the reports are on OneDrive. I can pull them out and read them to you if you want to know what the numbers are. And they're broken down by both planning and zoning, which is the escrow stuff, and the consulting. So were you able to see it? Because I think it came in really late tonight.
Yeah,
today.
I'm not so concerned about what has been spent for escrow. I'm concerned about what has been billed to the township.
Sure, understand.
In this particular case, and, you know, are you saying that 350 is, since nothing has been spent on CME, you're asking for 350 right now? Oh, you're not asking.
Yeah.
You're not asking.
So like we're at like 104,000 for CME. We're not saying we're going to spend 350. I think we're capping it at that. And then we'd have to come back to you. I can understand if you said, well, if you're only at 104 now, why not just make it a smaller NTE? I
Yeah.
could understand that. Something burning, what it,
Yeah.
Smells like coffee.
Coffee.
Make coffee, Mr.
Who's trying to stay awake?
sorry. I'm done. So it was 104,000 for CME.
Right, with the two numbers combined.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Can I
Can she have
jump
the
in?
floor? For them? Okay.
So so I think it's easier for what you're trying to accomplish if there's a resolution for what Ms. was coming out of engineering for us, and then a separate resolution for planning and zoning. Because for me, the issue is who is keeping track of the spending for the escrow. I get it, it's mandatory, the state says, but I've gotten a lot of complaints this year from residents and some property owners that, you know, they're getting, you know, one initial invoice in the beginning of the process, and then again, getting another bill. So I don't know exactly how all that works or bill, but I know it's going to be really hard to track both. And I think it should be, you know, separated out. I mean, it's too confusing with, like, to your point, what's the township paying? The township's paying from Ms. Carballo's, the director's bills, but yet who's tracking the consultants for the escrow? And I would assume it would be a full-time planner, but we don't have one. So.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Who's tracking all of that extra spending that is not directly related to a project that Ms. Carbella has asked us to.
You mean for the land use
authorize?
boards? The land use
Yes.
boards are
But
tracking
nobody's
that.
tracking that spending.
Are
You
they
mean,
tracking?
you mean in total or per applicant? Like, is your issue that
People getting
per applicants?
overcharged?
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's a per applicant thing. So
Yeah.
that is the land
We've
use
been getting
boards.
complaints.
You know, they're,
But you're asking us to prove something here. See, this is what gets tricky
Right,
with the
but
land
it-
use boards, because we have to approve the monies so they could spend it. That's what you're asking us to do. And again, I get, you know, that's the way it's set up, but then you have to deal with us worrying about how the money's being spent. And then when we get complaints from residents, because they call us, not them, we got to ask questions. That's what we're doing.
yeah, but I don't think the NTE is going to change what the land use boards charge the applicants in order to properly assess the applications. I mean, what would we say to them if we hit the NTE? All right, you can't charge any more applicants anymore. They're gonna be like, well, then we can't do our job. So I think there's like two issues. There's the issue of, you know, what is an acceptable amount of money to collect for an applicant to successfully review an application. And I don't know what that is, but I think our engineer just said it's the land use law dictates, you know,
That they could charge for their services. I mean, the planning department keeps track of all of the applications for the zoning and planning board and the escrow accounts. The Department of Engineering also has escrows, okay, for the inspections for the various land use board applications that get approved, and you're gonna need inspection because I don't have inspectors. We only have one inspector for the entire township. And I'd rather use that person for our road capital projects. We also keep track in engineering of all of the different professional and environmental engineering services that we request.
Are there any non-escrow fees that are going to the township for applications?
When you say applications, which
For
applications?
anything
Sure.
that is, yes?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
application fees that we collect as a revenue that, you know, they are not used to pay a professional. So there's a delineation between there's an application fee, like we just created an application fee for
Stormwater.
stormwater.
No, I don't mean
Yeah.
an application fee. I mean, are there charges that the township is absorbing for work that Matrix and CME are doing on projects that are not related to the escrow accounts? In other words, the planning or the zoning board asked them to do this for our
Oh.
side.
Okay, yeah, so you mean for projects where we wouldn't charge an escrow where,
Exactly.
yeah, I think the residential, right?
Yeah, for the residential applications, like let's say something that needs to go to the zoning board, I do those reviews as the engineer of the township, so that way the residents don't have to put an escrow. However, when the planning portion needs to be reviewed, I'm sure like.
So that is the money that I'm concerned about. And that is what there should be a not to exceed clause, because I don't know who at the planning, you're saying the planning board and the zoning board review this, but the planning board and the zoning board members never review the charges, from what I understand.
That's because they're part of the board. They make a decision on the application. The administration of the planning and zoning board happens through the planning department.
So who is
Exactly.
overseeing that, the total amount of money that has been requested that is not going to escrow?
The department, the director of the department oversees the applications and any funds that are submitted, they track and record and they provide to the finance department, and whether it be into regular or escrow, whatever account, and I'll let them speak more directly about that, but that goes through the planning director handles that.
The planning director is charting all the fees that the township pays to understand an application that we're absorbing. So, and there's no not to exceed. So if these are two separate issues. There should be a not to exceed on consulting fees that the township absorbs, not the escrow, although possibly the escrow, and there should be a not to exceed on projects that the engineering department is working on. And so I'm going to ask that this be redone. That's
table it
basically,
tonight.
yeah, table this tonight, have this come back, have input from Ms. Carbello in terms of how this should be separated out. We understand that you're going to need more money for the rest of the year, but it seems like a big ask if you've only spent 104 that the ask is 350.
So if I understand correctly, you're looking for 4 resolutions. 2 will be
Correct.
coming from my department, basically on the professional and environmental engineering services for these 2 firms. And then you're also asking for 2 resolutions that will deal directly with the land use board's escrow account.
Correct. And I hope that next year, when these engineering companies come before us at the beginning of the year, that we get a not to exceed clause. It seems a little, late to be doing that when we're not seeing the full picture of spending.
Well, I guess probably the best way to do would be maybe looking at the year prior, how much money we have spent with them, and maybe adding maybe an additional 10 to 15%.
And also having the information about what you need the money for, because last year you might have done a lot of work. This year, maybe you're doing less. I think we've covered that. Is that?
Oh, we're covered.
I was thinking maybe we did that 20 minutes ago, but that's just me.
No, I get it. You summarized it perfectly. 4 resolutions.
Okay, any more discussion?
Nope.
I think at this point, we need a motion to table.
Motion to table, resolution 190 and 191.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
All right, the motions carry.
motion is tabled. We'll see it next time.
Council
Thank you
President,
so
I
much.
don't have any questions on the ordinances. So I really would like to get the director home if we could,
Yes.
on second reading.
Thank
So
you.
I just, if we could ask our colleagues, I mean, I'm good on those ordinances. I don't think.
I'm good.
You done?
Which ones?
Herb?
The second and first reading, though we're not talking about them, I mean, I'd just like to get her home.
Oh,
I'm not gonna,
okay.
I don't have any questions for her.
Yes, no. No questions.
I don't want her to have to sit here for another
Okay.
half hour.
So here's a question. Have we done consent on the
No.
balance of the resolutions?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
so now we gotta go back to the beginning.
Okay, I'm just checking to see if I had any questions on the ordinances. I don't think
I think
oh, she answered.
we
Okay.
haven't discussed all of them. I think you pulled 172-25.
And 182-25.
And I pulled
Oh.
185.
Okay, but that's not Ms.
That's not
Carvalho.
consent.
Ms.
No.
Carvalho is.
She's done.
Okay. So what's next, Madam Clerk? 172 or what's the other one?
You pulled 172.
Yes, okay. Is there any? Did you want more? Do you have one that's a lower number? That's how I was just gonna do it in order. Okay, so 172-25. I pulled it. It's the 2025 contract for the planning board attorney. So I mentioned earlier in the meeting, I'm not going to go back over it, but I'm concerned about the operations of the planning board in terms of
Which one?
the 172-25.
Okay.
In terms of legal compliance with the provision of materials that an applicant needs to conduct their application, and also for anyone else who's involved, whether they're an objector or just the public. So that means videos of meetings, audios of meetings, actual transcripts of the meetings, and the minutes. And we have heard from Mr. Panulo at the last planning board hearing, special hearing on West Essex Highlands, and also tonight, and I think at the previous council meeting, that he was complaining that, and he represents We Care NJ, which is an objector in the case, and he's complaining that the objectors' efforts are being hindered because they do not have timely provision of the transcripts, the recordings, and the minutes. And so I just asked to try to address this situation, because I would think that the planning board attorney would be responsible for compliance, particularly legal compliance. So I just asked the questions. Please provide a list of every video, audio, recording, transcript, and minutes of the hearings of the PB-24-01 West Essex Highlands application that are not available to participants, including objectors in the public. Please provide a list of the last 5 video, audio recordings, transcripts, and minutes of the hearings in that application that have been made available to participants in the public, and the date that each was made public. Please provide a list of any other 2025 planning board hearings in which the recordings, transcripts, and minutes are not yet available to participants in the public. And I'm just trying to get an idea if this is an issue just for West Essex Highlands, or even if there is an issue for West Essex Highlands, or whether there's also an issue for the rest of the planning board applications, so that we can determine if the planning board attorney is actually demonstrating that in this area that she is complying with the requirements of the office. And I didn't get any of this documentation.
Council President, I didn't see this till late. I did send you 2 emails later. So if you go to the planning board site, where it says planning board on it, and there is recordings actually up until the July 30th meeting, I believe, for all the planning board. It's audio. I could not locate video on here. I asked Mr. Fagan, he doesn't do that and upload it. So I don't know. I'd have to follow up about the video, but the audios are there. Now, as far as the transcripts are, my understanding, and I'm not sitting in the planning board, I don't go to the meetings. The transcriber is actually paid for by the applicant. So I don't know if they're required to provide them to the board or to the objectors. I don't know that for certain. I'm not going to say that it should, and maybe Mr. Burke can opine on that. I don't know. But I know that I'm looking right now for you to go on here.
We have the June 4th transcript. I think it's the most recent that we have up on the website.
Right. So there is documentation that is up on the board, up on the site, planning board site. And it's easy, and I sent it to you with a link to it, so you can, it's in the email I sent to you earlier tonight. I don't know which day, what time I sent it to you, but it was at 5:47. And it has the answers from Miss Adams. She was in court today. Her and I had a staff meeting with the directors, so I didn't get to this email till later. I apologize, but she was in court all day and she was trying to, in between the court sessions, she didn't get out of court till 4 o'clock to get this information. So I did provide it to you. Here's the I could get you the actual site where the recordings are. So, but it is on the website.
Okay, okay. Mr. Fagan had his hand up. I know he's not a member of the dais, but
Mr. Smeraldo, I can confirm for you, because I am the moderator for the West Essex Highland meetings, that the transcriber is paid for by the applicant. And the issue had come up at one previous meeting that the objector wanted the copy of the transcripts, and the applicant refused, saying if you pay the fee, you can have them. So, but I can confirm that the transcriber is paid for by the applicant.
Yeah.
thank you.
So that is out of the purview of Ms. McGovern, and this contract that we're discussing tonight really doesn't have to do that. This is what you're asking for is more of an administrative function from the planning board putting this up. Our secretary, she handles it. She puts these things up as they come along, and she's the one who takes care of the minutes. So, and that's more of an administrative function, not a legal function. Compliance may be part of the legal, but as I can see right here, the special planning board, July 30th is right here. So I don't know when the last.
The recording or the minutes or the transcript?
This is the audio recordings. I'm trying to find the minutes. So, but I can see the audio is right here.
Right. No, I can see that too. That's why I asked, what are the last 5 items that were made public?
Actually, let me see the email I sent to you. So.
And
transcripts.
And I don't want to be argumentative, but when you send me an email at 5:47, when the council meeting starts at 6:30,
I understand. I apologize. Like I said, some of this information, it was getting cross-referenced. We had whatever the reasons were, and but I did send it to. So the 6:4 transcript was made available on 8/6. The 4:30 transcript is up to, so the latest transcript that's up on the website, according to this email, is that it was from June 4th, June 23rd, 30, 7:16 and 7:30 have not been received, but the minutes from 6/4, 23, 30, 7:16, 7:30 are not available yet for the minutes. So she's gonna, well, actually, that's actually 6/4 says was made public last week. So as soon as they have them, they'll get them out there, but the audio is available. That goes up automatically. And, transcripts are, as Mr. Fagan indicated, that I knew that the objector was, the applicant was paying for it. And I believe they said that they wanted, you have to pay, the objectors got to pay for it. But we're not even getting a copy of it right, for free.
Councilwoman Rudin.
These meetings are being recorded on Zoom. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Some of them are.
And we have a Zoom moderator.
He was sitting right over there.
Right. But
He was.
only recordings are going up online.
Right.
Why
There is some
that?
video. There is some video, but
What I'm seeing online and have only seen online are recordings. I would like to request that the videos which are being done be put up instead of recording, because it is very hard for somebody who has to listen, go back and find certain moments to do this with just a recording. Why not just put up the video like they do with the council?
I can't answer that question. Mr. Vegan's here to ask, but the
Okay.
the issue of the videos, one, it's not required by law. We're to put a video up. We have an audio. I think it's more of a courtesy that we do that, including the council meetings. But Joe, could you answer why we don't put the videos up since you're the moderator? To clarify, you're the moderator of the special meetings, correct?
That's correct.
Have you been asked to place the Zoom videos on the website?
No, I have not, and my understanding is that it's at the discretion of the respective chairperson for the planning or the zoning board, whether or not they want to place the video online. That is my understanding, but.
Okay, we can follow up with that.
Okay, I think that would be much easier for the public to follow if it was the same thing that is already being recorded. And the other thing is that for the minutes, I think that was raised by Mr. Panula. The minutes that are up on the website, the last minutes is February 2025. We're now
Not
in
according to what I
August.
have in front of me.
Okay, I'm looking at the website as well.
I didn't look on the website for the minutes, but
What are you looking at, Mr. Smiraldo?
I'm right on our township website, the planning.
Right, but are you getting a report of when the minutes are available, or are you actually seeing the available?
No, I'm seeing the available recordings right here.
Not recordings.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for the minutes right now. I have an email from Miss Adams that says.
Right, okay.
That's what I have. Over here, I have an email.
Okay.
So
Okay,
I'm
so.
looking to see where these are and.
So I see, if you go into a different tab, you can see a little bit further on the, a little bit deeper on the planning board. So I see one on February 26, 2025, April 30th, 2025, and June 4th, 2025. And there were lots of meetings in between. So it does not seem like it's a full reflection of the meetings that took place.
It's a little out of order too, because it's like April 16th is on there, April 9th, April 2nd, March 12th, February 12th, January 22nd, 29th.
You have this mixed in with 2024 dates as well. So
Yeah.
this needs to be cleaned up, because this is exactly what Mr. Panula is reporting, that he doesn't have access to this because it's not done well.
He has access to it. I mean,
Well,
I think he was stating that there wasn't anything past January, and I don't know when he looked, but
If you look at this, you look at the top, it's not typical that somebody would have to drill down all the way into this to find a minute that is halfway in the middle of the page. It should be in order. So I could understand
yeah, no, I
that
agree.
concern.
I agree, but I think, you take a quick look at it and you see that there's other in 2025. I think
Yeah, we have June 4th on here. I'm looking at here, June 4th. So, and that's what the director wrote. The latest one is June 4th. So we have going back. They're not in
Order.
any semblance order, but the minutes we have a June 4th here. So April 30th. So they're here.
we'll make them,
We'll-
we'll put them in order though.
Okay, but this,
We'll talk to the director and get them in a semblance of order that's chronological.
it should be in order, and it also should have a correct summary of what took place. This has almost no summary of what took place. It just says who's attending.
Oh.
So I think that, I'd like to address the concerns of the community and have this looked
How
at.
the minutes are taken, that's an administrative function. That's not a function, Ms. McGovern.
Yeah, so we need to move on.
Okay, are you finished, Councilwoman?
I wanted to follow up on what you said.
Yes, but both Councilwoman Castellino and Councilwoman Scarpa want to speak, so I just wondered if you just want
I'm
to
done.
yield.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
No, I'm good. My point being was, I don't think this is her function. but I'm glad you brought up those talking points because, I mean, this is part of, the due diligence of, I don't know if the IT was supposed to take care of that or whoever, but yeah, we just got to move on and I'm good. I'm not going to make any more statements.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
It's getting late.
Yeah, I really feel that given the importance to our community of this application and the level of interest that we have, and I have had people coming to me and asking me where they could find more information. It's imperative, it's actually unconscionable that we don't have the videos up there after every meeting. I would like us to make sure that that happens immediately and that we straighten out all of these other issues and find the person who is responsible for having this done and get it done right away. This is unconscionable. I'm done. Thank you.
We clearly need to move on, but my question is whether the planning board attorney is responsible in some way with making these materials available on a timely basis for the applicant and for the public. And that's the issue I'm raising, is because I want to make sure that the planning board attorney thinks that this is important. And I don't know the law, so I don't know what her exact legal responsibilities are, but it certainly sounds like the materials are not being made available on a timely basis. And I'd really like my planning board attorney, like any attorney, like Mr. Burke, to be responsible for legal compliance. And it sounds like we're not getting, it sounds like we're not getting complete compliance on the availability of these materials.
I'm going to disagree with you in the sense of, yes, Ms. McGovern is responsible for legal and everything else, in regards to the opinions. But when it comes to the administration of these particular items, the minutes, that's the board secretary, which is one of our employees. She has other responsibilities. As to why it's not completed yet, I don't know that answer, and I'll have to find out. But this is really more of an administrative function than it is a legal function. And if we're not doing anything, which we are doing things here, I have actually the director calling me right now. Hold on one second. Yes. Would you like to get on?
Maybe.
Yeah, can we just wrap
Right.
this up?
Yeah.
Maybe we just take.
So could you, are you on the screen right now? On the- Joe, can you,
She's
can you
getting
promote?
paid. That's not the issue.
Is Janice on there? Can you see Janice?
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so the email, which one was it that you sent? Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I know. No, which one was it? Yeah, I have, you sent me 2 or 3 of them. That's what I'm asking. So is this the recent amendments to the Fair Housing Act? Not that one, no, not that one. This is the.
We shut the arrow off. I'm freezing, right, bold.
Let me find it. I can read it to the record. Yeah, I know I did. I'm just trying to, there's a boatload of emails.
How you feeling? Yeah, I know.
Okay, I think I have it. Okay, so there's, okay, so I have the director here, and it's according to, and it's an email that I did send to you again or later today, Council President, from Ms. McGovern opined on it, and it was that basically they can have up to, under the law, up to 6 months to get these if, and according to the director, if not more, let me put you on, I don't know if you can hear.
Thanks.
If you can hear, but if not more, and, I did send, so it's, yep.
Diane sent it while I was in court and I forwarded it to you.
Yeah, NJSA 40:55D 9C states, minutes of regular or special meetings shall be kept and shall include the names of persons and addressing the municipal agency and or persons appearing by the attorney, action taken by the municipal attorney, the findings, if any, made by it and reasons therefore. The minutes shall thereafter be available for public inspection during the normal business hours of office of the administrative officer. Any interested party shall have the right to compel production of the minutes for use as evidence in a legal proceeding. Such interested party may be charged a reasonable fee for reproduction of the minutes in use. And there's many more. I don't see where it says.
It just says reasonable time.
That's
And
it.
then she cites the case law. Various applicants who have had the same concerns where minutes had not been posted for over 6 months to a year. The Superior Court has issued opinion that a reasonable time. The secretary for the planning board who was handling West Essex Highlands only has to know the attendance and exhibits and attach the transcript. That's the only thing that's required by the law. And it's much more detailed than any secretary notes can take. Mr. Panullo said he doesn't want to read the transcripts. That's not an excuse for us. The transcripts are posted along with the attendance and exhibit. That's required by law. And that was stated at the last meeting. It was stated to council president when we met a week ago.
So we need to move on. We move on. Now, Councilman Scarpa. Ms. Adams, thank you very much for doing this. This is above and beyond. But I can't process all this information in real time. And I need to confirm and consider it. And we've identified, I think, tonight, a real issue with communication between the administration and the council, and we got to get this fixed, because what we wind up doing is communicating during a council meeting, and it's
12 o'clock.
it's way too, it's way inefficient. So I know that's not your issue, but
But people also need to understand, council, I was in court all day and preparing yesterday.
Right,
I
it's not-
had 30, 40 questions.
not a criticism of you at all.
No.
I understand you are probably the busiest person in the township. I understand that, and I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying we've got to get this issue fixed. It's much larger than any one of us. So I want you to go back. I want you to go back to whatever the heck you were doing. That's is a million times more important than what you're doing now. So I appreciate you coming up. Well,
Thank you, James.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we'd like to get our help.
Okay, so Councilwoman Scarpa, I think, had their hand up.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to say whatever, loopholes there are in the law that will allow us 6 months or whatever. This is not the way we should be doing business. Those videos have to go up immediately, and we have to streamline the procedure so the documentation gets up there in a timely fashion. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
Okay. It looks like we're finished discussion. Let's have a motion. Is the motion to approve the contract, or is the motion to table to get more time to consider?
I mean, I'm good. If you're not, then
Yeah,
you make the
I'm
motion.
not. I can't do all this data stuff in real time. I just
Well,
can't.
the attorney's still getting paid? Starting getting paid?
Oh, yeah.
So-
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so she's okay then. Okay. All right, go ahead. Let's
Okay.
go. Let's move it.
So I move to table 173? 172.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
No, I just want to make sure she was getting paid still. I
Yeah.
don't want to hold up her payment.
Madam Clerk. Motion to table.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krakowiak,
Yes.
the motion carries.
Great, thank you. Um,
And I just want to say, Council President, just, if everybody could get comfortable for next meeting, because we got to, I know there's been challenges here, but we need to clean up.
Totally agree, totally agree. Trying to get through this fast as possible. What's next?
You pulled 182.
Yeah, I was good. I don't know.
One eighty-two is the duplicate tax sale certificate pursuant. I just asked the question about whether the apparent defects that I see in the resolution render it invalid. And I still don't have the answer. So I don't know what to do about this, except maybe just,
Can we amend it? Can we amend the resolution to make the corrections?
I suppose so.
Mr. Burke?
Yeah, you can amend the resolution. If there's a legal question, though, I may not be able to give you that answer right now, but if it's just correcting a typo or something like that, you can absolutely.
No, it is not. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for my notes.
It's a duplicate resolution authorizing the issuance of a duplicate tax sale certificate. Don't have it here.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't find my notes. Because I asked the question. I asked the questions in my emails to the administration.
Mr. President, was this the one that just leaves like a year instead of a date?
Yes, yes, and it says, and it's the wrong.
Wrong year.
Yeah, okay, so the first paragraph says tax collector previously issued a tax sale certificate at Trevor Lane, which certificate is dated January 18th, 2000. Okay, just remember that. All right, January 18th, 2000. Then it was supposedly recorded on January 24th, 2000, right? So far, so good. Then you go down to is it the third paragraph? Okay, so then if you go on the page 2, there's an affidavit.
Here.
Okay, and on point 2 on the affidavit on the second page, it says, this tax sale certificate was duly recorded in the office of the county clerk for the county of Essex on January 24th, 2000, like we mentioned earlier, and was subsequently assigned September 7th, 2016. All right, that was almost 4 years previous. And unless there's some sort of time machine that they're using, it's a sworn affidavit. And it doesn't look like it's true.
Well, and you know what? I know that's her stamp. This dated the 16th. She witnessed the signature on the 16th of September, so that was a few days later.
So is an incorrect or faulty affidavit, is that enough to render this? We're
I
talking
don't-
about a financial instrument of value here.
Well, this gets recorded.
Right, I understand that, but
Yeah. And so, no, it's.
I'm just saying we need
has
to
to
be
be
careful.
correct.
We need to be careful because it needs to be correct. We're talking about, we're talking about a certificate that might have a value of, $8,000 or $900,000. It's not just the right to receive,
The tax sale to someone else.
so Mr. Tiniak, are you figuring this out?
So it looks like the second date. Well,
Yeah.
no, the second date is correct.
Okay, so it says the certificate was recorded
No.
in 2000. And then subsequently, you do see the word subsequently,
Yeah.
assigned 4 years earlier. That just can't be, can it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not.
I think probably what she meant was it was dated January 18th, recorded with the county on the 24th when they actually issued the certificate, and then it was assigned in 2016. So
So the sign, yeah, it wasn't recorded until January 24th of 2000. But that doesn't make sense because like you said, yeah, the dates aren't, maybe it's late, but I don't see how this all matching up. Well, the original recording was 1/24/2000, and then it looks like it was signed in 2016.
So that's 16 years later, not 4 years earlier, right?
Yeah, why
Oh,
would,
you're right.
I don't have it in front of me because it's not on that site.
2000 to 2016.
but it does say it was recorded in the book number
124.
on 2000. So yeah, this is very confusing. And then it wasn't tested until July 26th of 2025. Just a. So that doesn't make sense either. Well,
So I just want to raise the issue because if it's invalid, then
I don't know.
I don't have any background information to give you any any
So I guess we
context for
gotta
any
take
of
it,
it.
but
okay, any further discussion?
nah, I guess legal straighten it out.
Okay, I'm motion to table.
Second,
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. I think that's it.
No, next
Nope.
is 185, which I pulled.
Sorry.
Okay. You want to pull that, you want to keep that pulled, right? You're gonna get information.
Yes, I want to pull this. This has been part of our budget discussions, and I'd like to pull this for further discussions with the DPW director.
So this is 185-25?
Yeah.
You've already pulled it. You want to
Table it.
motion to take?
Table.
Okay,
Motion
I'll
to table.
second that.
okay. I think Councilwoman Rudin made the motion. Councilwoman Scarpa seconded. Any further discussion?
No, just that I spoke to Mr. Reynolds today and he was fine with that. He couldn't be on the phone tonight available, so he's more than happy. If you have any questions, make sure you contact him to, to go over it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Madam Clerk,
Okay.
motion to table,
Okay.
185.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
I'm gonna stop guessing at what's next because I am always wrong.
She's taking copious notes, so she's good. Nice meeting you. I think.
We're good. That was it.
Michelle,
Okay.
did you pull 187?
You were gonna, let's see, that's the one we gotta, you could ask questions, but that's the one with the
Okay.
snow. that you
Yes,
asked me.
okay. Not pulled.
Yeah, he's gotta get that approved, that, he said.
Okay.
He needs that one.
So where are we? Was 187 pulled?
No.
Okay,
So consent now.
Yeah.
well, we should
Now we can do
consent everything
consent.
that isn't pulled or questioned, right?
Yes.
And haven't we already done that?
Yeah.
No.
But we haven't?
Everything up to the resolutions, I think, was already consented. So the bills and everything, but not the
Yeah.
Correct.
remaining
Yes.
resolutions.
Okay, so what we typically do is we list all the ones that are pulled, all the ones that were asked questions, and then everything's left over is consent.
To just,
So I'm gonna bring up 186. This is the resolution for the municipal housing. What's an and or? It's an and or.
Oh, it's an and/or. I thought you guys were gonna double team it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine.
That's how it's listed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
I just want to make sure we brought it up, that's all.
yes.
Okay. We're good.
Okay, say 187-25. I think that's the next one that's pulled.
No,
Is that, no, it's not pulled.
no,
No,
So we have no more pulls.
no.
Nope.
no more.
No more pulls.
Good consent.
Maybe.
Let's just
Madam
go
Clerk,
consent.
Do you want to just review what was pulled? And then we'll consent on the rest? Does that be
Yeah.
okay?
Or do you want me to just read the ones that you're gonna consent on?
Yeah, do that. That'll be easier.
Okay.
Okay, so this is for consent. We have 171-25. We have 181-25, 186-25, 187-25, 188-25. And yeah, that's it.
And we approved 183, the stormwater one. We did that.
Yes, I initially
Yeah.
pulled it,
Okay,
Oh,
then.
and
but then
you know-
I withdrew my pull.
So 183-25 is
Yeah.
also on consent.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councilwoman Kessler.
No, I was missing one. Yeah, I'm still awake. Not for long, though.
And 189, I guess we already voted on that.
That's correct.
That's
So,
correct.
okay.
We approve that.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, consent agenda is implemented.
Okay. On a roll.
Ordinances on second and final?
Yeah. You should do that.
Okay. 2932-25. An ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-7.3, temporary parking prohibition for snow plowing and removal, subsection 7-12, parking prohibited for street cleaning and maintenance, subsection 7-14.1C, night parking restricted, and subsection 7-14.7, alternate side parking of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, Carballo.
Okay. These are the ones from the traffic study engineer.
Yes, but I'm not going to read that.
Yeah,
'cause
no,
we'll Never
yeah.
get through it. Okay, so motion to introduce on second. and
I'll make a
final reading.
motion.
I'll second.
Okay, you go to a regular-
Any well, we don't usually, well, we do discuss on second. In fact, we have a public hearing.
You know, first she's got a roll call, the introduction.
Right, the intro, yes, then we gotta,
Okay, so Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
yes.
Okay.
You here?
Now is the time for public hearing on ordinance 2932-25. Anyone who wishes to speak, please be recognized by the chair and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Seeing nobody in the audience, I close the public hearing and suggest we have a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve?
Second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great. We are now on to introduction of, on second reading of ordinance 2933-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-7.3, temporary parking prohibition for snow plowing and removal, subsection 7-10.2, stopping or standing prohibited during certain hours on certain streets on certain days, subsection 7.7-12, parking prohibited for street cleaning and maintenance, subsection 7-14.1, night parking restricted, and subsection 7-14.7, alternate side parking of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
I make a motion to introduce.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay.
Now is the time for the public hearing for ordinance 2933-25. Without repeating the title, just to specify that it updating the parking regulation on Franklin Avenue between Main Street and Cherry Street to allow more parking for the local residents.
I'll make a motion to introduce.
No, we've already,
Okay.
I just gotta,
To approve.
right. So if anyone wishes to speak on this is now the time for a public hearing. If anyone wants to speak, please raise your hand and be recognized. And you have 5 minutes to speak. Seeing no one, I close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Now, is the introduction of ordinance 2934-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsections 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. This is for a restricted handicapped space on Watchung Avenue. Do I have a motion to introduce?
Motion to introduce.
Second.
Second. Did you say?
It's too lazy.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes. Now is the time for a public hearing on ordinance 2934-25. If you wish to speak on this ordinance, you raise your hand and be recognized by the chair. You have 5 minutes to speak on this subject only. Seeing none, I close the public hearing and request a motion or a discussion. Anybody want to discuss?
No.
Motion to approve.
Motion to
Second
approve.
reading.
Or second, whatever.
Yes,
Councilwoman was first.
we're on a roll.
Thank you. All right. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
great. Ordinances on first reading. First ordinance is 2936-25, an ordinance amending chapter 15, section 15-7 to update the township's rent control ordinance. Any motion?
Make a motion to introduce.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, I have discussion.
Please.
I have a comment. This is something that updates our township's rent control ordinance. It was due in 3 years ago and it was not done, and now it's being used retroactively. This is something that was written by legal, so I assume that legal is responsible for this. And I'd just like to understand how this oversight happened, that it was not renewed in 3 years.
So first of all, it's not 3 years. It's actually since last November, October, November. And this is one of these laws that every 2 years is supposed to be reviewed by the council. Last year, the previous council wanted to address this. It was brought up to them several times. Whatever happened, it just didn't get taken care of. And for this part of the first part of the year was an oversight. We realized it. We said, we got to adjust it. We got to fix it. So we're bringing it to you so that it goes back to retro, because it is still being enforced. Based on the case law that was provided by legal, we could still enforce this as long as it's passed by ordinance from this council to make sure that it goes, it's approved through you so that we can go back date and keep this in check. This happened, this actually happened in 2 councils ago. It was realized also because it wasn't actually enforced in 5 years, I believe. And we adjusted it then, and this was, as I said, last year, the one of the council people, without saying who, was hot and heavy about changing this, and everybody wants to change this. So it's been through several council people. It's one of those challenges that becomes, we think we want to get done, and it's daunting because of especially the fees. And we've heard here recently in many council meetings how people want to come here. They have problems with the rent control. And so it's never been solved yet. Doesn't mean it can't be, but it's just nobody seems to have that extra appetite to either raise the fees or lower the fees, and then all of a sudden it becomes silent. So unfortunately, it fell by the wayside again last year. The during an election season when it was supposed to come through, and it just happened, and then all of a sudden, here we are now, and we're trying to remedy this situation to make sure we're back online. That's all.
It's time to fix it in a non-election season.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, now's the time to fix it if you're gonna fix it, but it's a very hot topic and, I know, and the council person that was involved was actually seeking help from other municipalities and it just unfortunately just didn't come to fruition.
Okay.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
Nothing else.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Councilwoman Catalina,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. Ordinance 2937-25, an ordinance for calendar year 2025 to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and establish a cap bank. Do I hear a motion?
Oh, no, we can't discuss unless
That's right.
I'll say something about it, but.
Okay, I move to introduce on first reading.
Okay, I'll second that, so we could have a discussion.
Great. And please carry on.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're there. Okay, so the discussion is this. I know there wasn't support for this one. I had a conversation with Mr. Detiniak today. This is, standard procedure. We've done it in other years, but we're about less than 1% of a budget increase this year. So I don't think, we'll be okay. So I don't think it had the support, so I'm okay with not approving it this year. It will come up again next year. And then we could determine if there's support for it next year.
Okay,
We're not gonna get fined. There's not, it's.
right. This happens every year.
Standard.
Yeah,
Real
it's standard.
standard stuff.
And whatever it is, it is. And if we can bank it, then we bank it. And if we want to use the bank, the council can do that, but doesn't look like we're doing that this year, that's for sure. But right, do I understand this, Mr. Zinnia?
Yeah, we're not
Yes.
spending money. Nobody's spending money.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless my colleagues have a change of heart. I don't want to spend 10 minutes on this.
Right, I agree. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
I'll be in, I want to go last.
Okay, go last.
I'll go last.
Councilwoman Rudin.
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Krokoviac,
Yes.
and Councilwoman.
I'm gonna go now.
Okay. the
It's
motion
a
fails.
non-matter this year, so non-issue this year, so we'll revisit it next year, but I have supported it in years past. Okay. Make a motion to close the meeting.
I think there's new business that has to be
Yes.
spoken about.
Oh, we need a date.
I also have some new business.
Okay, so now we're on new business. There's nothing on the agenda. So in order to add something, I think we need 4 votes.
So.
Does anybody want to add something to
what?
discuss? To new business?
Oh, yes, I would like to add something to discuss.
So the floor vote requires supermajority. If you're going to put something on during a meeting, they call a floor vote. So
Oh,
somebody needs
I'll
to.
second.
Wait, we gotta make the motion first. We gotta know what we're
Oh,
gonna talk about.
wait 1 second.
Councilman Rudin has us in suspense.
I think we're talking about 2 different things. So this is new business,
Yes, you want to
This-
talk about the ordinance amendment.
right? But are we passing it right now?
No.
too?
We cannot
No,
pass it.
okay, so
Cannot pass it.
I'd like,
Remember, Mr. Trank says that we as a council have to approve it in new business. And then it can go on the
Okay.
agenda for an actual.
okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I have a bad headache, so whatever.
I'm so
we can
sorry.
wait- Yeah,
Okay.
whatever.
So I'd like to add a clarification to our chapter 27 for the tree protection, removal and replacement. We saw tonight that there is a problem with the removal of the tree of heaven, and I have proposed some language that would clarify that problem, and I think everybody has received that, and I'd like to request that this be put on the agenda for first reading next time.
And then you say, so moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So I want to just discuss real quick.
Just discuss.
So my big issue, and again, I'm just, just heard about it tonight, so I'm in no way moving to talk about more, different trees, but I know they're a problem, this lantern, and I feel for Mr. Cohen immensely. What I'm worried about is I need more information and wrap our heads around, we pass this and somebody can't afford it. They have these trees and now we pass this and they can't afford to take it down. How much grant money's out there? Like, I don't want the answer tonight. Like I said, my head is killing me. So I'd just like to get out of here quick, but if I could get all those answers before the next meeting, I'm willing to entertain it. Otherwise, we got to focus on the budget.
Okay, so we just received $20,000 of grant money. I realize that that's not going to go to a private resident unless the private resident really needs it, but there's a lot more money out there for removal of tree of heaven.
I know, but you have this and there's no grant money, there isn't any grant money hanging around.
There is, we just got
I
$20,000.
know, but say there's all these trees all over the place, people are reporting them, because that's what we do here. We're
This
gonna
is-
pass something, they're gonna report. Like, how are we gonna keep up with, that's all, you have to answer it tonight, but I'm worried about, again, imposing on the staff, what's this gonna do to staff support? And if somebody can't afford to take it down, how do we, work around that? So I just got to get more information about it. That's
Okay.
all. I'm not saying I'm not going to support it. I just can't deal with it tonight.
The requirement to remove the tree of heaven is already in our tree ordinance.
Yeah.
What's happened now is that legal has issued another opinion about this. And normally when you have an ordinance like our tree ordinance, it supersedes anything pre-existing. But in that case, I feel that this is being selective enforcement on this particular issue. So the proposal that I'm putting forward just reiterates what we've already said, which is that we've already put in the original ordinance that these trees need to be removed because they do so much damage to properties and to our environment. So what your concern is, I hear, but we already addressed this when the tree ordinance was passed a year ago. This was always part of that ordinance. And now we're just clarifying that what steps need to be taken in terms of erosion control, mandatory removal, and replacement.
So, I mean, this man's going to have a lot of trees taken off his property.
But they will be replaced
Yeah, by little trees.
with native trees. This is an invasive tree that
And who's paying to replace his native trees?
he will. These are trees that are not allowed according to our
I know, we
ordinance.
are talking thousands of dollars for someone, thousands.
Right, but what this is doing is just supporting an ordinance that we already created.
Yeah, but we didn't make it mandatory that it had to come down and that people.
We did. We did. In the ordinance specifically spells out that tree of heaven are invasive and they must be removed. We already did that.
So then
What-
why can't that just be enforced? What we have?
Exactly.
Okay, so again, my brain's not wrapping around it.
If I can interrupt real quick.
Just a second, let Councilwoman Castellino finish.
Yeah, no, I get it. I like to talk to another town, see how they're handling and managing it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not against it. I just don't want to throw something on there next meeting, spend all my time, learning about, these bugs and more trees when we're not even done with the budget. So I'm just trying to prioritize where we need to go with stuff. So I hear you. I mean, if you need support to put on if the support's there for the next meeting, I'll do what I have to do. I just like a little breather, but again, I know for the resident that came, I'm sure there's other residents that they would drive. I agree. I would be going crazy if they were in my yard.
absolutely crazy.
So all I just want to remind is that legal has made an opinion on this. The more we talk about this in public is probably more detrimental. I could speak to you offline as to what's going on here, but I would suggest to you that we just stop discussing this any further this evening. If we want to put it on, and if any proposals that are come on to change the ordinance, has to go through legal anyway, so send it to us and we'll send it to legal and we'll do that. But in this particular case, I'm not going to comment because it may be detrimental. So
Got it.
call me and I'll speak to you about it.
Okay.
Okay, and I just want to follow up on that. That, to me, this does not make sense. Legal can issue an opinion, and we as council people should be able to discuss what legal's opinion is. It's not a secret. It's already come
We need
out.
to go into
It's
closed
written
session.
to the resident.
Oh, because it's litigation.
There's not litigation on this.
Yeah,
There's no
there could be
litigation.
litigation.
There is no litigation on this.
If we want to discuss a legal opinion, we should go into closed session. So we can discuss it all you want. We can go to closed session for 3 hours and argue about it, but we should go into closed session to talk about a legal opinion and whether we disagree with.
She's talking about the theory of a legal opinion. She's not talking about a legal opinion. As far as I know, there isn't.
I'm not saying
a
we
legal
have to
opinion
do
that
it now.
exists.
I'm
I'm
just
sorry,
saying-
could I just finish,
Yeah.
Ms. Work, just really quick? We're not talking about a specific legal opinion. I don't even know for sure that a legal opinion exists. I asked for one today from the town attorney. So I think she's speaking theoretically because we don't have one. So, and perhaps Mr. Smeraldo is speaking theoretically too. So please, now, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, it sounded like the concern was if there's a legal opinion and it's disagreed with, why can't we discuss it? We can discuss it as much as you'd like, but we should discuss it in closed session and not in open session.
Okay. But we don't have a legal opinion, so we can't discuss it, right? Like-
Yeah, I think everyone's talking hypothetically right now,
Okay.
right?
Okay. So,
Well, yep.
Well, it's not completely hypothetical because we do have an ordinance. The tree forester went out to this particular property, circled all the trees, said that these trees need to be removed, and then was later told, we're not going to be enforcing this ordinance.
Yeah.
So that was without going into specifics, that was the ruling, and our ordinance is no longer being enforced.
okay, so let's just stop talking about it. We really need to follow Mr. Burke's guidance and direction. So why don't we either further discuss the proposed amendment aside from any sort of legal opinion, or we just we vote to.
Okay, I make a motion to put this on for first reading at our next council meeting. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Well, if you're going to run the meeting, I really need to. step
Maybe I'm
up.
just trying to learn.
No. So there's a motion and a second to accept this. It's going to require, I think, we already took the vote to add it, to discuss it, right? We had a 4-0 vote to
Yeah,
discuss it? Okay.
yeah.
So this is the motion to approve this in terms of moving it forward to get it on the agenda for first reading.
But this copy, that's the problem. This may need to be altered. So I don't want to commit to this copy. Don't we have a deadline of when we could?
Yes, we should, that's a good idea. We should have a deadline of when this can be circulated back to us so that we can see it before first reading.
Yeah, I think the town attorney has raised this issue before and has required us to start all over at least once, if not more times. So if you want to continue to discuss it, we can discuss it. But if what we approve tonight needs to go to the town attorney so that they can put it in shape in form in order to, for us to get it back on first reading. So if Councilwoman Castellino is saying we may need to change this, maybe we should change this at least substantively and then vote on it to go to.
I can't deal with this tonight. So I'll abstain tonight.
Okay, so I just had one other issue, and it's on section D, bullet point 1, where it says property owners shall replace each removed tree of heaven with one or more native tree and or subspecies. And I'm just trying to figure out, do we need to clarify further what or more means?
It has to do with the width of the tree.
Okay, so
That's
it
already
it
spelled
refers
out.
back to the tree. Okay. tree.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not a problem if it's one or more species
Mhm.
to say or more. Okay. That was my only thing. And also just want to make sure we got the chapter number correct. I'm not sure whether.
I'm
it's
not sure if
27
it
or
is
28.
either. I mean, these are details that the legal department will have
Right,
to
right.
correct.
But so as far as we know, right now, nobody has any other proposed changes except what Councilwoman Kesslina might come up with, right? And I guess we'll have to deal with it.
Like
Deal
I
with
said,
it.
I'll abstain for now.
Okay,
I'm not saying I'm not gonna support it, but I'm not gonna say I'm gonna support it based on how it's written. So
okay.
I need a couple days to look into it.
That's
I'm not,
fine.
I can't do it tomorrow, but I will promise Thursday I'll look at it.
Sounds good. Madam Clerk, floor vote, please.
Okay. So Councilwoman Castellino, you're abstaining?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay. Would that fail then?
No,
No.
it only requires a supermajority to,
So
if
there's three.
it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
So it's considered a floor motion.
Okay, the motion
And,
carries.
We already did that.
Okay.
So majority.
Rules.
This one, yeah. Okay, is there any other new business? Good, let's go.
So, Council President, I just have one quick question about the
way.
ordinance. Just in the penalty section. So under Part E, each day that a violation continues after the expiration of the removal period shall constitute a separate offense. And in the existing tree ordinance, each offense can be punished by a fine not to exceed $2,000. I mean, are we saying like you could max out at $2,000 a day or something like this? Is that what we're?
This has to do with the reason, it's very different than removing a standard tree. Because this is so bad for our environment and it causes the attraction of the spotted lanternfly. This is a nuisance. We have other means that we could be dealing with this. This is one way to deal with it, but the reason why this violation is a bit different is because every day that this is left creates more of a problem.
I know.
It doesn't happen that way with a standard tree that needs to be removed.
I'm just pointing it out.
Okay.
That, I mean.
It gets
what do you think,
it
Jack?
gets
Like,
unreasonably expensive very
I
quickly. Is
think
that the
so,
point?
yeah.
We definitely.
Yes, and that's the
Defer
reason
to-
why this has to be dealt with.
Yep, that's the problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we request from the administration that we get this back before the Wednesday of the meeting so that we can all?
Send it to legal, yeah, and then you could send me the Word copy of it, I'll send it to legal.
You have
I
it.
think,
Yeah, go ahead. You had a busy day today, huh?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll see what legal says. But
Okay.
I think, Councilwoman Rudin, if you want to make the request, I'm not sure that we can hold them to, $2,000 a day fines if they miss the return on Wednesday, but
look,
Is this
I think-
chapter 28 as well? It's chapter 28, right? So I'm looking at our code.
Looking at the code, it looks like it is, yeah.
But
yeah,
it-
I think it's 28.
Yeah.
But
yes,
I gotta tell you, you look at the code book and it's really weird. It says that the tree ordinance is Article 1.
Oh,
I don't know where that comes from.
I just mean if when they're writing the ordinance that
they'll know.
I just want them to put the 28 because you have references for.
Yeah, I think it is 28.
All right,
but,
we'll let them know. I mean, they should know.
I thought it was 28 until I looked in the code book. And the code book just calls the tree ordinance Article 1.
It does. You're right. Yeah. Article 1 tree protection.
Yeah.
It's odd.
It's,
Yeah.
I thought it was in chapter 25, honestly.
Okay, we gotta stop this.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn and go into
I make a motion.
ABC.
Council President,
A
just,
second.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. We're all getting late here.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay, we got a second from Councilwoman Scarpa.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
So we have a technical difficulty here. Apparently, the recorder has stopped all of a sudden, for the meeting. So for the ABC hearing, we normally turn off the Zoom and we just rely on this.
Yes.
On the computer. We cannot rely on this. Apparently, in the past, we have kept the Zoom on for an ABC hearing. This is very brief. I want to let you know that before we
Okay.
actually, and that's your decision if you want to do that.
Okay, yeah, so no cursing. Does everybody agree? No cursing.
Just want to make sure we're all, and it's on the record, so we know about it.
Okay,
All right?
all right.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Okay. So these three, seven,
I thought we
we
did.
did,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. yes.
That's when Councilwoman Castellino asked for the vote. All in
To
favor?
get you home.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So 780-25, 781-25, and 782-25. These are individual ABC resolutions, and these are for our ABC licensees that are either in pocket status or inactive. There was legislation passed in 2024 that states that inactive and pocket licenses that have remained inactive for 2 consecutive years must either be sold or used. Otherwise, the township will most likely lose the license in its entirety. So these are, up for your consideration so that these licensees can get an extension to kind of figure out how they're gonna proceed, just because these things take time.
So, Council President?
Yes.
So, did we make a motion to go into ABC, to start ABC?
Yes, you already made it. You're the one that said
Okay.
all
I
in
did say-
favor.
Okay, I did say end the meeting. So my problem with this is this one has been active since 2011. It's over like how many?
Inactive.
Oh,
Inactive.
inactive, yeah.
And I hear you. I like, what happens with these? Like, why are they
So
hanging out there? I mean, this is
It's
going.
an investment. It's sort of like the tax lien. It's a financial instrument that has value and the value fluctuates, but so these people have made an investment in the license. Almost all of them have paid for it. They've made an investment. Now they got to figure out what they're going to do. Now they know there's a date certain that they're going to lose their investment if they don't do something on it. And this is a new law, so that's really what they're looking at. And
So now
as,
2 years, is that what this is?
yeah,
for?
that's essentially, that's
So they have
essentially what
2
it is.
years to sell these to somebody else or open up some. other
Yes.
ones, or-
yeah,
We're losing, yeah.
yeah, and this is
Okay.
for a 1-year extension, and after that year, if they don't make some sort of effort to either sell it or find a location, we're gonna lose the licenses.
Okay, so there are 3, so these are 3, so they're not at a location because they're pockets, correct?
Yes.
So, okay, so can I recommend that, this be, I don't know, can we?
Make a motion to consider 7080-25.
Yeah, can we move them all at once or?
Wait, I have a question on one of these.
Okay,
The,
question.
it looks to me that the license number for 780-25 and 781
Same.
are identical.
Nope, they're not.
What's different?
First one is 61, the second one is 63.
Yeah.
Where's
They're
that?
Same owner.
And also the previous group number, one's 44, the other one's 33.
Yeah, they're the same owners.
Mine have the exact same numbers, so.
Well, on my agenda, the last six numbers of each of these is 061-005, 037-007, 063-005.
Oh, up at the top. Okay. Nope, mine are the exact same. Okay, I'm not seeing it, but I'll take your word for it.
Great. Motion to approve 780-25.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. 781-25, resolution authorizing one-year extension of plenary retail distribution pocket license for Era Kitchen Group. Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin. Gosh.
There's a block.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Azmet, we wish you were here. Motion to approve 782-25, resolution authorizing one-year extension of plenary retail distribution pocket license for Raghav Varma. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Anything else? Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Good night, West Orange. Are they still on? Is anybody on? How many people are on?
Oh, bless you.
Wow.
Actually,
Bad people.
Good night. Are they off now? Oh, okay.
thank you, West Orange.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Mr. Burke, can I have a right?